Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. The invocation today will be given by Father James Stembler with the Diocese of Corpus Christi. Father Stembler, welcome.
Thank you. Almighty and eternal God, you know the longing of people's hearts and you protect their rights. In your goodness, watch over those in authority, so that people everywhere may enjoy freedom, security, and peace. As this council of the city of Corpus Christi gathers this afternoon to conduct the business of our city, bring them together in unity. Enable them to work together for the good of this city and for the good of all its citizens. Remind them and all of us that we stand together in unity to avoid falling into disunity. Give the members of this city council the courage they need to fulfill their responsibilities in justice and peace. This we ask in the name of your Son, Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father, so much. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. and state flags will be led by our very own Arlene Medrano.
Good morning. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we will honor the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Ms. Huerta, would you like to call the roll, please?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma. Here. John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pusley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll move on to Section E, proclamations and commendations. And I just want to let everyone know that we had three proclamations this morning. One was for, National Library Week, Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month, and I believe we issued one for Fair Housing Month, all of which are extremely important to us, and as a council and a city, we support, and we're very grateful for all of those who work towards the things that all three of these entities represent and work towards every day in our community, so thank you for that. Section F, public comment. Do we have any written or public comment today?
Yes, written public comments you've received by email, and you also have them at your place prior to the meeting. We also have 3 call-ins today, so if you bear with me, we'll start with the call-ins in just a moment.
Sure.
Mayor and Council, I have Richard Sedor on the line. He resides at 1329 10th Street, and he'll be talking about utility bills, a wastewater issue in particular. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Richard Sedor. I'm an honorably discharged disabled veteran, and I collect Social Security, so I'm on a fixed income. When I got my utilities bill, my water last month for the total water was only $22.59. My wastewater, though, was $39.29 because it's at a set rate. This month, my total water was only $15.06. Yet again, my wastewater was $39.29. So for 2 months, I paid for wastewater $78.58, and for my total water, only $37.65. That's $40.93 more I spent for wastewater. It is impossible for more water to go out of this house than what came into this house. I did not sign up or ask for a set rate, yet I was assigned one. It is not fair. The wastewater should be comparable to your water usage, or it should be at a set rate that's within $5 of your water usage. But to charge me a set rate of $40 almost every month when I don't even use close to that much water because I know how to conserve water, it's crazy. So somebody who's on a fixed income is getting penalized for basically conserving water and then yet still having to pay all it is for wastewater. Like I said, it's impossible for more water to go out of this house than what came into it. And that's my concern, is that I'm paying way too much for the wastewater. I think everybody is that, is on a fixed income.
Does that conclude your comment, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it does. Yes,
Yes, sir. Mayor and Council, the next caller is Amanda Gallegos. She resides at 7621 Cedar Brook Drive, and she'll be speaking about item 26, the Affordable Housing and Infill Incentive Program. Ms. Gallegos, please go ahead.
Right, thank you. Based on the areas planned for development, it's clear the focus of this project is profit and not affordable housing. Developing low-income housing in areas already tainted by heavy industry is irresponsible and cruel to an absurd degree. There is already evidence that living near the industries that we have in town causes health problems, and exposing more people to that for the crime of simply being poor is downright evil and continues the city's tradition of environmental racism. Additionally, while affordable housing is important, this city has a responsibility to actually do something for our no-income and unhoused neighbors. We can't keep pushing the buck or passing the buck on homelessness in the city. The low barrier shelter must be put back on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gallegos. Okay, Mayor and Council, our last caller is Robert Muir. He resides at 6230 Bourbonnais, and he's also calling about item 26, affordable housing and infill incentive program. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Hi, my name is Robert Muir. I'm calling about item 26 on your agenda, and I'm glad you're listening to this comment. I appreciate you taking the time to listen because it's hard to get a hold of a lot of the city council members and the mayor. In my experience, just from the emails and the public comments, I'm not sure if y'all read them just because it's there's some city council members that we haven't really gotten a response back from. But in regards to the program that I'm going to speak to you, item 26, I wanted to say that this program, it really puts profit over people, because I wish y'all had the time to really read it closely. The item that includes the $50,000 to $100,000, it's really meant for greedy developers to increase their profits at the expense of the people, because most of the development is on the west side, and when the development is on the west side, it really just it has low-income housing. I wish it would be more evenly distributed. The south side, the east side, the north side. I don't know why it has to be on the west side, but there's already heavy industry there. And I mean, people that need affordable housing, they can't afford homes that are like $100,000 when the median income is like $55,000. So I think it needs to really be that it needs to be denied for right now. It doesn't seem like it has it's doing justice to people and putting people over profit. And I just wanted to I know that you take a statement at the beginning of the meeting where you honor our Lord Jesus Christ and what I believe is our Lord Jesus Christ, and you really you strive to serve the people. And I would suggest a better way to serve the people, especially Paulette as the people's mayor. I urge you to take executive authority under the Code of City Ordinances, Part 2, Chapter 16, 11, and 12, to help the homelessness, to establish wage control and rent control and emergency, especially because we need it during this pandemic, emergency wage, rent, and price control under Part 2, Chapter 16, 11, and 12 of the City Ordinances, and emergency housing. I think this would serve the homeless and create help with our housing situation a lot more than this program, which seems to benefit greedy developers at the expense of people.
Okay, does that conclude your comments, sir? Okay, Mayor, that concludes our comments for today.
Great, thank you. I will move on to Section G, City Manager's comments and report.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council, we didn't have this listed, but we wanted Annette and Dr. Ramachandruni, who's here with us this morning, to give the council and the community a quick update on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine
right.
situation.
Great.
And we did put out a media release. Come on up, Annette. But Annette's just going to help calm any fears out there and tell what we're doing in our business protocols, given that CDC information this morning.
Yes. Thank you, City Manager Zanoni. Annette Rodriguez, Public Health Director. So yes, I am here to give just a brief update. We all received a notification this morning that J&J actually announced that they were going to put a pause on the J&J vaccines due to reports of 6 women ages 18 to 50 with a rare blood clot and low platelet counts, very similar to the findings of the AstraZeneca adverse reaction individuals. So these 6 reports, there was 1 fatality out of almost 7 million J&J vaccines administered here in the United States. So the CDC experts will review these findings. The experts known as the Adverse Committee on Immunization Practices, it's called ACIP, will meet tomorrow, and they're going to review all of these cases, these 6 cases, and then based on their findings, they're going to make recommendations as to the outcome of the J&J vaccine. They are telling us, the FDA had a media release this morning telling us that they are going to move very quickly. They expect the ACIP to actually make a decision within 2 or 3 days so that they can either continue to roll out J&J vaccine or to discontinue it completely. This pause, it also allows the medical professionals to understand the findings, and they're able to diagnose and treat and report effectively any individuals that may be coming in to the emergency rooms with similar findings. We are, at the Health District, already working with our community partners. We received 3,000 doses of J&J last week. We've given out almost 2,700 of those doses. Of those 2,700 doses, just over 1,100 were in women. I don't have the exact breakdown in the age group, but these were in women. And so we're working with our partners because we know that some of our partners have only received J&J, and so they already have clinics that are scheduled for later this week as well as on the weekend. So we are going to be transferring them some Moderna and some Pfizer vaccines so they can continue these clinics with the vaccine at hand that I just mentioned. So I think the last thing I want to say is the public health community is proud that the FDA made this announcement because that tells us they're monitoring this situation very closely to assure the safety of the United States citizens. So I also have Dr. Ramachandrani, as the city manager mentioned. If y'all have any questions, medical questions, he's here for that, and I can answer any questions that you may have as well.
Great, thank you so much. Annette, I think we do have a question. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, you said this just affected women?
Yes.
7 women?
6.
Were there any issues with men taking this?
Not that we've seen
None
at this
this
time.
Okay. I'd asked you a previous question about the vaccines with how the Catholic Church had mentioned not to use the J&J vaccine, but did you get any information as to which ones are use aborted fetuses or anything like that?
You know, the information that you requested, it's in the emergency use authorization that basically talks a little bit about it. There are other vaccines. I think we all know the varicella vaccine also is made the same way. And so the community is informed that this vaccine does carry that. And so they make that decision based on,
Can you be more specific as to what that information is available, and do we have that on our website?
I have to look. So we give it out. So we give it out when they come in for J&J. We give out, that used to be called a VIS, a vaccine information sheet. But because these are emergency use authorized vaccines, they give us an emergency use authorization sheet to be able to share with the community if they're going to select that. And that's what we share with them. If they want to get J&J, it has all of the ingredients, it has all the details, and so they can make an informed decision whether or not they want to take that vaccine.
Okay, so from my perspective, if you can provide me that information in email, and I would recommend sending that to other council members as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Councilman Pesley?
Yes, Annette, when we received the notice about the your department opening up a vaccine site at La Palmera Mall, sorry, I don't go there very often, so I can get the name. But my wife goes there a lot, so she makes up for whatever. Are we giving the Moderna there only?
So we just opened today. Today was our first day.
Right.
We've given over 100 vaccines, I'm happy to say this morning, and we're giving both Moderna and Pfizer.
Okay.
So we're open at ABC. We've given over 200 as I was walking in. We've
Right.
given over 100 today at Richard Borchard Fairgrounds, and we've given over 113 at the mall. So.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Well, thank you for opening one at the mall. I think that's really great, and I put that on my social media, so I just wanted to make sure I didn't need to take it down if we were giving Johnson & Johnson, but.
No Johnson & Johnson. We have about 300 doses left. We have them in the refrigerator, and they don't expire until June of 2021. So we'll just wait to see what the new recommendations will be.
Okay, great job, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
yet, the mall ones, were those just walk-in? I know we were very curious, we talked about this a week or so ago, but how were those 100, do you know at all?
Oh, it was a little bit, interesting this morning. So there are a lot of people there. They were there early. So by 8 o'clock, they were already lining up. So we started a little early this morning, but we told them future hours will be mall operation hours. So from 10 to 8, except on Sundays, 10 to 6. So we brought them all in. We sat them down. So if they wanted Pfizer, we put them in one set of chairs. If they wanted Moderna, we put them in another set of chairs. Some of them already had their QR. Some of them needed help. You know, the states also asked us to kind of bring the seniors to the front of the line.
Right.
So we're doing that. As they
Right.
sit down, we're telling them the seniors have preferential treatment because we need to get them helped and in and out. So we're working closely with the older individuals, but there was a lot of individuals there, a lot of elderly. So it was very, very
This is
exciting.
great. This is wonderful because this is, the conversations were leading up to this idea of the mall were about taking these vaccines to where I guess there are more people, right? And so the mall people walk. Obviously, the location of the mall is critical and has been. The other thing, just for the public to know and everybody here, this is where Charming Charlie's used to be. So it's diagonal from Grimaldi's in that little corridor in the entrance of the mall. And so it's a good 7,000 square feet, which is going to allow for social distancing and some of the things you just mentioned. So I think that's wonderful. I think it's going to be a really good addition
I do
to
too.
our, we're always there, and depending on what hours you work of the day or night,
Right.
you can come, and it's just more accessible and more convenient. We want to make this as convenient as we can for people who want to get a vaccine to be able to get one. So
Absolutely.
great. That's great information, Annette. I'm so happy to hear that. Okay, we do have one more, Councilman Ledema.
Yes. Once again, Annette, great job with your staff on what you're doing out there for us. We really greatly appreciate that. My only question is these women that had the issue, are they all from the same area or throughout the entire country? Do we know?
That I don't know.
I was just curious if it was just from the same state or the same county,
I don't know. I think it's throughout the United States. Adverse reactions are all submitted to CDC and the federal government, and so they're looking at all of these. So it's really interesting to us in public health that out of 7 million vaccines given, there's tons of adverse reactions. Sometimes people think that symptoms are adverse reactions. So like if their arm starts getting a little bit red and hot, they report it. That's not an adverse reaction, but I can only imagine the amount of data that's going through there. But yes, it was 6 out of the 7 million throughout the United States, and I do not know the specific locations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Annette, so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Thank you, Dr. Brown, for being here. We know you both have busy schedules. Okay, well, continuing with safety protocols for our pandemic that we're still in, I wanted to bring to our attention what the Corpus Christi Hooks is going to do as they begin to open their baseball season. And today, we're going to hear from General Manager Brady Ballard, who's here with us, to talk about COVID-19 health and safety protocols that will be in place to allow for fan attendance for the start of the baseball season. And I know Councilman Lerma is going to enjoy the season coming up. The Corpus Christi Hooks are a minor league baseball team of a AA Central and AA affiliate of the Houston Astros. And as some of you know, the Corpus Christi Hooks are less than a month away from opening day, which is Tuesday, May 4th, as they look to bounce back from last year's season that was canceled. We know it was canceled because of the COVID pandemic. In March, the Hooks organization received a memo from Major League Baseball's Office of the Commissioner that stated that the Major League Baseball will defer to state and local authorities protocols to keep people safe in the stadiums for the ball seasons. The Hooks Baseball Club was required to complete a certification that they received all necessary government approval from the city to host fans before the season began. And so Brady, who's here with me today, met with myself, Assistant City Manager Steve Vieira, Public Health Director and Assistant Director, to review his plan of action for the season. And the health and safety protocols were thoroughly reviewed by us, and we were extremely impressed by the amount of due diligence and time and effort, and really focused every little detail that Brady did for this season. He's going to talk to us about those here. If you haven't met Brady before, let me just do a few words of intro, and then we're going to have him speak. Brady was named general manager of the Corpus Christi Hooks in December of 2020. After joining the Hooks as assistant general manager in September of 2019, he relocated there from Florida. He joined the club after serving from 2016 to 2019 as general manager for Fit Team Ballpark, home of Houston Astros and Washington Nationals in West Palm Beach, Florida. There, Brady oversaw business operations for a state-of-the-art ballpark, including its construction and opening in 2017. And then prior to that, Brady was vice president of historic Dodger Town, which is a multi-sports complex in Vero Beach, Florida. So he has a lot of good experience in running and constructing facilities. He does have a degree in economics. He received that in 2001 from the University of Illinois, and he was a ball player, right? And he was a two-time All-Big Ten academic team and a third-team All-Big Ten outfielder. So some good experience in facilities and in ball. So Brady, can you tell us a little bit about how we're going to have a safe season beginning in May 4th?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the invitation and the rundown. I appreciate it. Mayor and city council members, thank you also for allowing us to come over. Sorry, my voice is a little off. We've been hard at work as far as these preparations go, and happy that we're in a position to, again, bring baseball back, bring fans and the public back to Whataburger Field for, as it's been, a variety of events, and it's going to kind of culminate with our season. But we've had high school, college, and a variety of other things over the last few months. So thank you. I think, okay, our little presentation that we shared, as Mr. Zanoni spoke of, we provided this a few weeks back, and wanted to kind of run through a few things and obviously answer any questions that we could. So if you would, slide, please. Just a summary of those details, which was provided. Major League Baseball now has a direct line of oversight to our management. There's no longer a separate entity called the National Association that has existed. So this was really a dynamic shift in our industry that had really preceded the prior 100 years, which seems like it was a very very strong change for what all of us are undergoing. So remove the pandemic from all of it, we were going to undergo a pretty dynamic shift as it was. But we have received that certification process through the approval. We provided an operations and cleaning plan in support of another city entity, which I'll touch on, which led then to the capacity plan. And so we provided that memo that City Manager Zanoni spoke of. Slide, please. This is just a real quick rundown in small font there of that compliance. A few things that we called out specifically in red there because the Major League Baseball wanted to understand how we would handle a rain delay situation where in mass people would have to remove themselves from their seats. So typically there's no re-entry. We would obviously allow that in this situation. They could head to their cars and come back. But as it is, we have not scheduled any rain on a game day so far. So we're looking pretty good for that. In addition to the other red line you see at the bottom, with the support of Visit Corpus Christi, they presented an opportunity for this GBAC accreditation, which is allowing us and a number of other attractions and hoteliers in the area to both achieve and maintain a level of cleanliness and sanitization, and it requires regular logins and log maintenance, and really something to then show the public that this is a safe place to come, and we've got this concern from start to finish each day. So we have submitted that application. That's in progress, and we're working through that. But my former facility that we spoke of in West Palm Beach achieved this same thing with the support of their county management over that facility. So it's been a nice precedence that facilities across the Astros properties are all looking to achieve and show this to the general public. Slide, please. We have sort of an open door event guidelines, really faceted a lot of our pieces behind the Houston Astros, in part because, one, they're within the state of Texas, obviously. Two, they opened up just a week ago or so at Minute Maid Park, and so it's great to be able to use them as both guidance in our management and also the guinea pig for a few of the rules and protocols that we all hope to abide by. So a quick rundown, face coverings are probably the number one thing. I mean, that's the thing we're going to emphasize throughout. It's obviously not the easiest thing, and through the events we've had, like anywhere else you've been in general public, you see all variations of wearing it. We're just going to try to remain consistent in emphasizing in the best manner that we can that look, we've been out of business for a year plus. It's affected the livelihoods and the betterment of our staff, our seasonal staff, our full-timers. And right now, the way that we can take these initial phases back to business is doing it both in a parallel of giving you that fan entertainment and baseball players on the field, but also through a level of safety that at times is inconvenient. We understand that. But that's our code of conduct, and we want people to know that before coming in. Having stole the mantra of one of our fellow league members, the attendance is your choice, but right now the masking is not. So please know that before you come, and you know, be respectful of everybody when we ask you that reminder, because we all know it casually falls off our face through a variety of ways. So it's the face coverings of ages 2 and up. You know, we obviously relax it when you're actively eating and drinking, things of that nature, but especially when you're social, when you're moving about the facility, be conscious of who you're around and everywhere else, the ingress, egress, and in lines for other such things. Major League Baseball has asked us to have a no bag policy across all minor league properties, and that is not to make it more difficult to attend, because we know especially our season ticket holders bring half of their belongings to a ball game. But it is so that it's one less interaction between staff and attendees, so we don't have to go through your bag. We don't have to go through a set of gloves every single time. So they're just trying to minimize that for this year. And then the hand sanitizing stations and all the things that you've seen in commonplace now throughout. So from our suite level, where they'll be mounted on walls within the suite, to the stands that will be located throughout the facility, as well as the underbelly. The players have all these same protocols as well. To the players, they are going to live in a bubble, at least for the initial start. We, at this moment, cannot have first pitches on field and national anthem singers on the field. We're going to be relocating a lot of those such things and utilizing our video board, both for the messaging, emphasizing the safety, but also, you know, somebody's going to film their first pitch in their backyard or at their place of business, and for a while, that's probably how we're going to have to do it. So we're looking to be as creative to where we can still provide that great experience, but again, operate under the safety that we can. Slide, please. This just supports, again, the GBAC. That's just a photo of the front page of where we are in trying to gain that compliance. And then Aramark, our concessionaire, also up at Minute Maid Park, is under a variety of guidelines themselves, including FDA, local, and state. So again, they've been able to apply a lot of that both in April and other facilities that they operate around the U.S. at both large and kind of moderate scale venues. Slide, please. And just kind of some of the messaging, you know, the highlighted areas that you see, the video board in left center field, and now those new video walls, that's about 200 linear feet, give us the opportunity to continually put the messaging out. So you'll see it in small sandwich board signs, you'll see it in the video boards, you'll even, I brought our fancy little paddle that people have found fun in, that our ushers will carry around and just sort of remind you to mask up, and we use that with our mascot, and, you know, thank you for coming, but just sort of a nonverbal way, so that we're not sort of singling anybody out as best we can when we're telling you for maybe the second or third time, that we just want to, again, let it be safe for all. And, you know, help us get back to where hopefully at some point this season, it truly is a normal Hooks experience. But in the meantime, these policies and procedures were required so that we could work with the city in this case to gain a capacity plan. We originally worked from something that was Major League Baseball mandated, and through this ability for the memo in late March, gave us that chance to open things up a little bit. So what we're going to do from a seating standpoint, we've got a number of sections that will allow our longtime season ticket holders who are married to their location to sit in those seats and not necessarily be socially distanced in those exact areas. They acknowledge that, they welcome that, and at the same time, we reserve both 7 total sections, 3 down the left field line, 4 down the right field line, that we will exist in quote-unquote pods of 4 seats predominantly, a few of 6 and 2s. There are then 6 seats of space. So if any of those areas, for example, have about 250 seats, we're probably only using 70 to 80 of those in total. So as it is, our overall capacity, if you called it a true sellout, we'd probably be in the low 70%, and that is existing throughout the entire facility. So berms, hospitality locations, obviously our suite level and those areas, and then amongst the entire seating bowl. So we're in a spot that even in the areas where we're a little bit more concentrated, we are still what we call killing off seats to still create some levels of distancing even amongst those areas. So while we are back to business, we have not taken the approach of some other professional sports teams to date where they just totally maxed out the facility.
I know, we've seen that.
Yes, so we're, and again, that speaks both to the Astros' approach too. They've done the same thing at Minute Maid Park in Harris County.
It does, and thank you very much, because we really do appreciate taking that approach. You know, you obviously had some options, and this is you're being very precautious, and that's very good. And we hope we have weekly meetings on the numbers and vaccinations, and, you know, soon. As we are all taking these precautions that you very well are, we'll reach the right numbers where we will be more and more every day towards, you know, having a full stadium. So we really look forward to that. We appreciate your presentation today and being here.
Well,
it's a pleasure to meet you.
I know, we have not had a chance to meet
I
some of the
know.
new members, and always a standing invite to come see the ballpark and some of the improvements that we've been able to make, and just refresh yourself of
Well, yeah.
Whataburger Field to the degree that, again, we've had high school games and
We
other.
will, and welcome to the position. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you.
To the team.
It was something that I looked forward to, and kind of coming back to minor league baseball, having ran a spring training facility and a few other places there in Florida. But what I do want to offer a thank you to as well is from this meeting that I totally did not expect was the opportunity the city provided us to actually then also serve as a vaccination site. So that has in fact happened both yesterday and will happen again today. We're having a couple exhibition games because we're also hosting the Taxi Squad, which is the Astros' predominantly AAA team when their season starts. But due to renovations and other such things, they're here with us now. So it kind of gave us a soft opening yesterday. But from this presentation, we were offered the same link and was put out there at Whataburger Field. And we did vaccinations while at a baseball game last night. We kind of cordoned off an area. So I don't know the total number. Dr. Dante Gonzalez was very helpful in coordinating that among others. So that was a big takeaway that shocked us and was just amazing as we put that out to our season ticket members.
That's wonderful, wonderful. I think Councilman Smith has a comment.
Thank you very much, and we really appreciate this, bringing baseball back in a healthy way. But we have a bunch of significant improvements in the park. So as we go there, how are they doing? You mentioned the screen there. I think we okayed $1 million worth of several million.
Two from the city in Type A and one from the.
So what should we see when we go there for that first pitch?
Well, the video wall will be the first standout thing. The moment you hit the top step of the concourse, that's what you're going to see spread out across the outfield, which all the more important as it was, because now we can't have some of that same on-field entertainment. And again, the messaging that comes back to this, it's a huge asset. Structurally, we did some things to, the wear and tear of the ballpark and its location and the Texas heat and salty air and all that good stuff. Protective netting, that's also now an industry standard that's been extended even further beyond the dugouts, but it's also a more fine but also more quality netting, so the visual, call it obstruction, is also far less. So a number of things there, some other hospitality pieces, both fan-facing, and then some things that we sort of had foresight on, but I mentioned the Major League Baseball oversight that's now there. One of the big things for them in this was to improve the kind of work standards of players. Certain facilities, not Whataburger Field, but others in the U.S. have kind of fallen off over time, and it wasn't the best working conditions and need to be made better. So there is now a minimum standard, and part of that investment helped with that, both clubhouses, batting cages, some others that we're looking ahead to. There's far more female personnel that are in uniform, whether it be coaching, umpires, other such things. So we do have some more improvements to look ahead towards for both that and really the visiting players among anything, and a couple other facility pieces. So.
Great. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Right,
Thank you again for
yeah, thank you so much, Brady, for being here.
Excellent. Look forward to it.
Mayor, just two other quick things that deal with health and fitness, if you don't mind. So,
Sure.
I wanted to focus next on Grow Local South Texas. It's a nonprofit that was formed here in Corpus Christi in 2013. And our region, Corpus Christi and the region, is continuing to improve in areas of health, nutrition, food access. We do have an above average obesity rate as well as an above average diabetes rate. So this issue and this item I'm going to talk to you about is a good way to address some of those issues. So about 2 weeks ago, Councilman Molina and I were invited by Alyssa Campbell, the founder of Grow Local South Texas, and its new executive director, David Nuss, to speak at the Grow Local's Farmers Market as they celebrated their 9th year anniversary. So their 9th birthday they had. Today they're at the Arts Center of Corpus Christi. That's where the weekly farmers markets take place. Councilman Molina and I both were impressed. I don't get there personally enough because I'm at City Hall usually late in the evening, and Councilman Molina has frequented it quite a bit, but both he and I were impressed by the sense of community that was there. A lot of locals enjoying each other's company and getting fresh produce and other items from the farmers that were there and the vendors. There was some live music as well, some young musicians playing. So it was more of a community experience almost than a shopping for food experience. David Nuss, the executive director, and his team organizes and manages that local farmers market every Wednesday from 5 to 7 p.m. It's at the Arts Center on Shoreline Boulevard. The weekly farmers market features fresh seasonal produce, locally made products. There are food trucks there, and as I mentioned, live music. The produce comes from anywhere from 200-mile radius of Corpus Christi. So because of that experience, I thought it'd be a great idea to get me and my executive leadership team to go out to tomorrow's. And so we're going to be there tomorrow, myself, the assistant city managers, chief financial officer, chief of staff. We're going to go tomorrow as a group around 5:30. And I look forward to introducing my team to David Nuss. He's really engaged in the Grow Local and the farmers market, and meet some of the board members like Emily Dodd, who is extremely instrumental in making sure this continues in our community. And I encourage this community, people that are here with us today, or people that are listening, if they haven't made it down, they should try to get down there any Wednesday from 5 to 7. They can visit their website, the Grow Local website, which is www.growlocalsountexas.org. Okay, so maybe we'll see some of you all down there tomorrow.
Thank you, Peter.
And then the final item, Mayor, is the Mayor's Day at Safe Fun Fit, which will be this Saturday. April 17th. The Safe Fun Fit, as if you might know, is a health and wellness program that we launched about a year ago, and it's on Saturdays. We launched it June 7th, 2020. It was a way to increase physical activity and fitness and just getting outside. You may recall then we had a lot of stay-at-home orders, and indoor fitness facilities were closed because of the height of the pandemic. The program activities are free for everybody, and they're organized by Victor Betancourt of VFit Productions, as well as the city's Parks and Recreation Department. We offer classes to include high fitness, yoga, and Zumba. Those are all under the pavilion. There's a fitness lane of 1.5 miles that takes you from the Water's Edge Park northbound towards the American Bank Center, and then when you turn around there at the barge dock entrance as well. So a fitness lane. Back in August last year, with the kind sponsorship of State Representative Todd Hunter, who's an avid runner and who I ran next to for a little bit one day until he took off. I couldn't keep up with him. But he has introduced, through his sponsorship, a 5 and 10K event as well. And so we have those also in addition to those classes. Our average participation level on that 5, 10K is about 100 people just about every Saturday. And Representative Hunter, we need to thank him because he's the one that helps to fund
Who's that?
Representative Todd Hunter.
Hunter, yes.
Yeah, Todd Hunter. And also we want to just acknowledge this morning HEB. We asked them about a year ago, can you help provide some fruit and beverages for those that participate? And they not only did then, but they continue to through this program. So we thank HEB for being a proud sponsor of this as well. So just some stats, and then I'm going to let the mayor talk a little bit since we're dedicating this Saturday to her, and we'll get some additional community members out. To date, we've had 33 events with about 2,100 first-time partakers. And so over 2,000 have gone at least once, but many of those folks come every Saturday. When I go there on Saturdays, that's one of the first things people tell me is, I come here every Saturday. Thank you so much for doing this. And so since August, we've had 21 of the 5K, 10K events with approximately 1,600 participants. And it's great to see the Coastal Bend community come to our Bayfront and take advantage of this program. Let's keep Corpus Christi moving forward in a healthy way. For more information, residents can visit cctexas.com/SafeFunFit, one word. So Mayor, let's, I'm going to turn it over to you to conclude the city manager's report, and let's hear about you and
Well,
your day
yeah,
this
there's,
Saturday.
there's nothing to
Yes.
hear about me, but,
Yes.
but I think it's going to be fun. This weekend will be fun to do the different activities. I'll obviously be there. You may have seen, I'm laughing because there it is, the dog. So people have asked me, is it walk with a dog or walk with a doc? And it's doctor. But I'm not sure if you can bring your dog downtown. I
A
guess
dog?
you could.
You can bring a dog.
You
yeah.
can, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
good. So
Yeah,
you
some
can.
people do.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
good. So, yeah, bring your dog. Walk with the dog. But I'll be doing several of those, several of the, if not all, really, of all the activities, and I'm very excited. I think it's fun, and I think you're right, Peter. We have to have a proactive, excuse me, I'm still recovering from this, my voice here, a proactive movement in keeping our city and our residents moving, not only progressively, right, in what we do in policy, but also us in exercise. And so this is a wonderful thing that you started a year ago, roughly, and to add to this, I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there. I'll have a little bit more next week, but I am a little off track of this. I'll be starting, and I am going to expect every one of the council members to attend, and everyone here is invited. Leadership of all the departments. I'm very excited about this. I'm not an avid runner, but I do run, and so we're going to, and I love running when I do run. I'm going to start the mayor, running with the mayor, and we're going to go to every district. We will start in my district. So Gil, I can't wait to see you with your running clothes and shoes on. And we will feature every, send your wife. No, you'll be there. And so every month, I think we're looking at the end of every, I'll have to get you the details next time, but every month it'll be in every district. We'll start in my district, which is 5, and we're working out logistics, and we'll work them out in all of your districts. But I think this is going to be really fun. And it's not just run, because I know not everybody runs or likes to run. It'll be run or walk with the mayor. And so we're creating a T-shirt right now, which is going to be really cute. I'm going to wait till I have it so I can show you. It's really cute. But I'm excited about that because it's important. And I think a lot of us, we want to go work out. God knows it speaks for me. I mean, I used to work out. I just don't work out anymore. But there's never an excuse not to work out. Sometimes we need encouragement. We need each other, right? And you can start walking and end up running before you know it. Or you don't have to run, right? But a lot of people's story is, I never dreamed I could run a mile, but I started walking a mile. And little by little, the speed, you speed up, and you have that encouragement of people around you. Anytime I run a run with people, right, a race, it's so encouraging because everyone around you, you focus in on one and go, I'm going to beat that one. And then you get ahead of them, and then they get ahead of you. So it can be really fun. So I really encourage, and I invite everyone. We'll be in Councilman Gil Hernandez's district first, which will be the end of this month. So we will feature that councilman in their running gear, whether they're running or walking. So I invite you all, but next week I will have more details. And of course, our chiefs will be there because their departments are very much dependent on a physical aspect. So I can't wait to see you guys there in your running outfits. Councilman Smith, yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Mayor Guajardo. With District 4 with 50 miles of shoreline, could we have swim with the council member?
Oh, goodness. That's later. Let's do that year 2. And then we could do a triathlon.
You're going to save my district for last, right? No. Since we started in the Cal Island area, 624.
That's
you come all the way over the bridge.
That's a long way.
Okay.
We could do the bridge for a real challenge. So anyway, that's where you're there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. We look forward to seeing you this Saturday.
Yes.
And we encourage people to come out to Safe Unfit with the mayor this Saturday.
Absolutely.
Well, Mayor,
Yeah, mine's on. Mayor, can you hear us?
Martinez and Councilman Hunter and I don't have a district. The 3 of us have volunteered to drive the water cart. So
Oh, God, the water cart. I can't wait. I'll give you a T-shirt to do so. Yes, is that Councilman Bonetta or, okay, yes.
Oh, yeah, you can hear me now? Oh, okay, Mayor, in District 3, we want to have a deadlift party.
A deadlift?
Deadlift party. Yeah, and
Okay,
the city
now-
manager can take it on.
Great, okay, we've got ideas. This is gonna be a real physical, fitness, event. So thank you all, thank you for your input.
That concludes my report,
It
Mayor.
concludes it.
Yes.
Well, no, it can't conclude
Did
it.
you want to talk about the comprehensive annual financial report?
The financial,
Yeah,
yes, I
okay.
want you to vote,
All right.
if you can just, a couple of things, a
Okay,
couple
yeah,
of points
sure.
on that. It's
So
such a big deal.
I will, yeah. So we didn't have it posted, but this morning, the City Council Audit Committee met, and one of the items on the agenda was an update, or actually the presentation on the audit report
Right.
for the city's 2020 fiscal year. That's the last fiscal year, the last 12 months. And the audit report was exceptional. And Councilman Smith knows, who sat on many of those meetings in the past years. It was a clean opinion, which is the highest rating you can get. There were no material weaknesses and no deficiencies identified in the audit. So that means that our finance department, led by Constance, did a great job in managing our dollars for the community. Another important thing that was noted was that our fiscal position, our financial position, our net financial position for the year ended September 30th actually improved. It increased in all of our funding types, meaning we ended the year with more money than when we started the year. And that, I want to remind folks, took place during the COVID pandemic, right? So during the pandemic, even with a downturn in our revenues, we ended our fiscal position, financial position, in a better position than before. So this speaks to several things. One, a great team managing our finances. Two, a great team in how we procure services for the community, being mindful to be cognizant of taxpayer dollars, cutting waste, and doing more than what we ever have with the financial resources we have. It also speaks to economic development. The city of Corpus Christi is very much in the economic development business. We work with our economic development corporation. So with strong economic development principles, strong financial management, and prudent delivery of city services, mindful of taxpayer dollars, cutting waste, and getting a better return on how we spend our monies, all those are wrapped into that audit. And so this is a really good report for the community. I failed to mention Heather, who is our finance director, and her team. She's been there for about a year, but a lot of that comes with strong financial professionals managing our dollars, and then a strong executive team. At all levels, we have 30 different departments running 30 different lines of business in our city. And we constantly, each week, as we prepare the agenda for your all's business meeting, make sure we have the best price, the best product, and the best service for the community. So, Mayor, thank you for letting me add that
Absolutely.
to this morning's report.
Well, and for the benefit of our new councilman, I want to acknowledge you, Peter, because when we hired Peter, we did so with the understanding that he was going to provide and bring forth a strong financial management, not process, but just strong financial management to our city, stronger, right? And you have completely done that. And in the midst of a worldwide pandemic, you were saying something that many communities can't say, and it's very unfortunate. And it's a blessing for us that the leadership that we have in Constance and Heather and many more, oh goodness, what's his name? I'm forgetting his name, and I know him, across from Constance's office.
Neiman, Michael?
Eddie.
Oh, the budget director,
Sorry,
that's right.
Eddie, I hope he's not watching.
Yeah.
Eddie, good Lord.
How can we forget our budget director,
Our
right?
budget director,
Yeah.
Eddie, I'm sorry, I just
Yeah.
froze. Eddie,
Yeah.
I mean, all of these people are what make the team. But your background in your financial, world that you came from, that was a big point in us in the hiring of you. And you have proven to us, again, despite a worldwide pandemic, our city we are in an unbelievable, amazing position. So I just want to thank you, Peter,
Thank you,
for
Mayor.
consistently keeping that as a focus, along with so much other that you've dealt with.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
You're very
Appreciate
welcome.
that.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on. You're done, right, Peter?
Yes,
That was
ma'am.
it?
Yes.
Okay, so we have Section H, Board and Committee Appointments, or did we do public comment?
We did public comment, Mayor.
We did, right?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
great.
Mhm.
I'm
We
sorry.
sure did.
Mary, you are on our agenda. We also have Birdiest Festival in America. Is that going to be touched on by?
Under Peter?
Yes.
Yeah, I can, okay, Councilman, let me
Are
see.
you going to
I didn't want
touch
to
on
take too
that?
much of your time
Oh,
this
yes,
morning here,
because
but-
is that our botanical gardens?
It is,
It
yeah.
is.
Let me get these comments. I didn't want to take too much of the time here
Yes,
this morning, but
yes, I know, and I've
this will be
kinda
quick. So,
talked a
yes,
lot.
Councilman Molina, thank you. So, we do have, the Birdiest Festival in America will once again, take flight at the South Texas Botanical Gardens and Nature Center on April 21st through the 25th. So it's a multiple day event. April 21 is Wednesday through Saturday, the 25th. It was canceled last year, unfortunately, because of COVID-19, right? So this is coming back again this year. The large and longer event was planned to encourage birders to visit the coastal bend and witness a one-of-a-kind spring migration over what might be the busiest flyway in the country. The festival will showcase 15 different field trips to well-known South Texas ranches and other coastal hotspots, including 3 new trips. And so not only do they come here, but there'll be trips planned to see some of the migrating birds. Birders can also enjoy 8 different presentation and workshops, 3 bird walks, and 9 Jonathan Wood Raptor Project shows. So quite an event. The dates again are April 21st through the 25th. And registration for the entire 4-day festival is only $25. And detailed information, schedule, and online registration is available at www.stxbot, so stxbot.org. And that's for the South Texas Botanical Garden Birdiest Festival coming up soon. Thank you, Councilman Molina.
Great,
for-
yeah, no, thank you. And thank you to the team over at the Botanical Gardens. I mean, the impact, the economic impact they bring to the city is huge. So we're very grateful, and we have a wonderful partnership with them as well. As a matter of fact, Peter, we're scheduling you and Neiman to go do a little tour out there, so you guys are familiar with it.
Okay, great.
Okay, all right, so moving on, board and committee appointments.
Yes, ma'am. So the first board for your consideration is the Airport Board. There are 3 vacancies. So starting with reappointments, Mr. Paul Cameron is seeking reappointment, and his attendance rate is in your packet. So Mayor, at this point, it's in order for a motion to reappoint if the council is interested in doing that.
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay. Would anyone like to reappoint Mr. Okay. Cameron? Okay, is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, so that leaves us with 2 remaining vacancies to fill.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would like to nominate Blake Farenthold as one of our representatives.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate James Bliss.
James, I'm sorry, what was the
Bliss.
last name?
Bliss.
Bliss, okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to nominate Hans Schumann.
Okay.
Mayor, I would like to nominate Christian Radhanayata.
Okay.
Mayor, could I nominate John LaRue?
You sure can.
Wow.
Okay, we've got quite the nominations.
Yeah.
One for every council member. Not really, but. Do we have any others? And this is, Ms. Huerta, for
2 slots. So
2 slots.
we could try asking each of the council members to vote for 2, and see, and then maybe do some runoffs at that point if we can't get the 5 votes required.
Mayor, a point of order, since this is for 2 spots, can council members nominate more than one individual?
If you like, yeah. I mean, it's individual council members make nominations. So you want to nominate someone else?
Yes, I'd like to also nominate Gordon Lister.
Gordon Lester.
Okay, well, let's just go ahead and, we can each just list 2 names?
Yes, ma'am. You want me to just go down the
Sure.
roll call? I can start.
Sure.
So Councilmember Hunter, you're first on roll call today. So can you vote for 2 individuals?
Farenthold LaRue.
Okay. Next is Councilmember Lerma. Schuman and LaRue, okay. Okay, next is Councilmember Martinez.
Bliss and Radaneta.
Bliss, okay. And Radaneta, okay. Councilmember Molina.
Radanieta and LaRue.
Okay. Councilmember Pusley.
Yes, Blake Farenthold and Gordon Lister.
Okay. Lester.
Lister, L-E-S-T-E-R.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right.
Me neither, but that's what it looks like. Next is Councilmember Smith.
Farenthold and Schuman.
Okay. Then we have Councilmember Barrera.
Farenthold and Schuman.
Okay. Then Councilmember Hernandez.
Bliss and Lester.
Bliss. And Lester. Okay, and then that leaves you, the mayor.
LaRue and Schuman.
Okay, so how many we have?
So we have a tie on 3 of them?
Yes, ma'am. So Farenthold,
Okay.
Schuman, and LaRue.
So we can just go back and everybody pick 2 more of
Yes,
those
ma'am.
3? Okay.
Okay, so let's start same order, if that's okay. LaRue, okay. So Michael, Councilmember Hunter, can you please go first? Pick 2.
Farenthold LaRue.
Okay, then Councilmember Lerma. Okay. Councilmember Martinez.
Schuman and LaRue.
Okay, so then we have Councilmember Molina.
Schuman and LaRue.
Okay. Councilmember Pusley.
Farenthold and Schuman.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
Farenthold and Schuman.
Okay, then Councilmember Barrera.
Farenthold and Schuman.
And Schuman. Okay, so Councilmember Hernandez.
Farenthold.
Okay, just one. And then Mayor Guajardo.
LaRue and Schuman. Another tie between Farenthold and LaRue.
But Schuman
Okay.
outright is one.
One more time.
Yes, ma'am. I have a lot of nominees. Okay. Councilmember Hunter, one more time. Just one, please.
Farenthold.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, John LaRue, because I nominated him. I apologize. These are both of my picks just from the beginning.
That's funny. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Hunter. Councilmember Lerma? Okay. Martinez?
LaRue.
Molina,
LaRue.
Pusley?
Farenthal.
Smith?
Parenthal.
Barrera?
Barenthal.
Hernandez?
Barenthal.
Ugh. Mayor Guajardo?
LaRue. So LaRue.
Okay. So it is
Oh, I'm
LaRue.
sorry, I said it. I'm sorry. Did you not hear me?
No, I didn't hear you.
Oh.
So I was just staring at you. Sorry about that. No, LaRue.
So
Yes.
LaRue,
Okay.
right.
So,
So
it's
he-
LaRue and Schumann.
LaRue and Schumann. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Council. So next. Sir?
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilman Smith would like to make a comment.
Yes, sir.
You know, we just had a terrific set of candidates here. In going over those, there's so many that could have done it. So I just want to thank everybody that applied. This was one of the toughest decisions for me as a council member on picking a board. So I think everyone that was down there was well qualified, and it's great that they're showing this interest in our airport and the importance of our air service. So thank you, everybody that applied.
Yeah, thank you. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to make a suggestion. Brett, and I never can pronounce his name correctly.
Otting.
Otting. Yeah, Brett
Otting.
Otting.
Had applied, and although Brett does not have any aviation experience, I think it's really good to have the person who's involved in our visitor situation here to be a part of, and he's already an ex officio member on a couple of other boards. And it's my understanding, according to our city ordinances, that the city manager can make this appointment, but I would highly recommend that we install Brett as an ex officio member of the airport board. And you know, I just think that's a really good thing to have that person on there. And I also, Mayor, and I know we're not agendaed to vote on this today, but I think it would be really good to have a member of the council as part of the airport board, even as an ex officio member if we so choose. But that may be something we want to discuss at a future time.
Okay. No,
Point
thank
of
you.
order,
So
Mayor.
we'll-
If we could get I think that would violate some of our requirements in terms of boards and appointments. I was wondering if our city secretary can make some comments on that, because I know we're prevented from actually being on or speaking at boards as to not do undue pressure onto them. So if you could make some comments on that, please.
Yeah, look, at one time, our policies did allow for council liaisons, so different boards could have a council liaison serve. But since we've revamped them, I need to make sure that provision is still there. But what you're referring to is council members, that's the policy where council members can attend meetings, just not speak before the board. But there was a provision, we did allow them to be liaisons at one point. So let me look into that and see if there's anything in our current policies that would prohibit that. But on the Type A board or Type B board, we do have a council liaison who's appointed, who's Michael Hunter. So that there is some precedent.
And as far as ex officios, would that also need to be changed in our policy to allow for that?
Yeah, I think there's something in our policy that states the council can't appoint someone to serve on more than 2 boards, even in an ex officio capacity, but I need to double check. I need to double check it.
Okay,
Maybe
thank
you
you.
can get back with us.
Yes, ma'am.
On
I
that.
will.
Thank you, Rebecca. So let's move on to Commission on Children and Youth.
Yes, ma'am.
Board.
Mayor, could I say one thing real quick? I just
Absolutely.
want to second Councilman Smith and Councilman Pusley. I know I really can't because there's no motion, but I just want to
Yeah.
show my support for what they both said. We did have excellent applicants. That was one of the most difficult decisions I've had to make on boards in 6 years of serving. So thank you to everyone for applying. And also, I completely support Councilman Pusley's remarks, I think that it would be great to have Brett Outing at least have a presence there at those board meetings, because he has a lot of great ideas that could help the airport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, if
We'll
I-
get back to the council on it all.
Okay, we will, and I just want to echo those two last comments that we support. I support as well Brett Otting being on the airport board. He is an integral part of that team, the new leadership that's there. He's personally taken his, even though he didn't have to, has taken several days and made trips with them to recruit additional airline providers here. So we're supportive of that for him to be an ex officio member.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Pasley, do you have a question or? Sure, like, okay. All right, so we're moving on to, excuse me, the Commission on Children and Youth.
Yes, ma'am.
Go.
So on this commission, there are 10 vacancies, and staff is recommending the postponement of 4 of the high school student representatives. Those are individuals who serve 1-year terms. And the districts are Calallen, Flower Bluff, West Oso, and Toloso Midway. So for those districts, postpone. And then there's an adult position, the youth and family services position. So we need to do some further recruitment for those. So that would leave us with 5 positions that we could fill today. 2 at large, 1 education, 1 Calallen high school student, and 1 charter high school student. So we could begin with reappointments first. Ms. Liesel Cressman, she's an at-large member. She is seeking reappointment, and her attendance record is in your packet.
Okay. Do you happen to know that
Ma'am?
record? Do you know that record offhand or no?
Her attendance record,
I mean,
yes,
we
it's
can
in
look
your packet. She's 100% attendance. She's
Okay.
attended 5 out of 5 meetings.
Great. Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion to reappoint Ms. Cressman.
Move to reappoint.
Great.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Cressman.
Yes, ma'am. So next, we do have the education position, and you do have several resumes to choose from for that.
Mayor, I would like to nominate Joshua Salinas.
Okay. Any other nominations? And he's education. Okay, hearing no other nominations.
I'd like to make that motion to appoint
Appoint.
Joshua Salinas to the education category.
Okay, let me officially close it. I'm closing the nominations. Okay, do we have a second? We've got to go in order here. Mr.
Second.
Molina.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, all in favor? Any discussion? I'm sorry. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, so then we have the high school student representatives. There are 2 applicants who qualify. So Kaylin Berger would represent the charter school, and Tiana Ramos, CCISD, if the council is willing to nominate those individuals.
I nominate Tiana Ramos and
Ms. Berger.
Kaylin Berger.
Great, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, and then that leaves us with the at-large category. So just one vacancy there.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to nominate for the at-large position, Jose L. Plaza.
Who?
Jose Plaza.
Wait, can you tell me, I'm sorry, Ms. Huerta, what page are those on?
In your book,
What do you
I
want?
can tell you.
Never mind, I've got it. 87? Okay. Okay, Councilman Lerma, I'm sorry, who are you nominating?
Plaza.
Jose Plaza. Okay. Any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Jesse Carlson.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Robert Hyatt.
Oh, Hyatt, okay. Anyone else?
I'd like to nominate Scott Walker. Oh, never mind. I rescind that. He's
No.
applied for education.
Okay. Yep.
Are those all the nominations? Nominations closed?
So we have 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Plaza,
So-
Carlson, and Hyatt.
Okay, so just for the one slot. So council members, we'll start with Councilmember Hunter.
Plaza.
Okay. Lerma. Martinez.
Carlson.
Molina.
Hyatt.
Pusley. Smith. Barrera.
Plaza.
Hernandez.
Carlson.
And Mayor.
Carlson.
Yeah, we're gonna have Plaza
said
Carlson, yeah.
3,
So
Three or
runoff
four?
between,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have
4 to
1,
3.
2, 3, 4.
So Plaza.
Yes, Plaza and Carlson. Okay, so
Oh.
we'll start with Hunter, Mr. Hunter.
Plaza.
Okay, Lerma. Martinez.
Carlson.
Molina.
Carlson.
Pusley. Smith. Barrera.
Plaza.
Who?
Plaza.
Oh.
That's what I heard him. Hernandez.
Carlson.
Okay, Mayor.
Carlson.
Okay, so Carlson is appointed.
Great. Congratulations, Mr. Carlson.
All right. That's for
Okay,
that
so we'll
at-large
move
slot.
on to,
We've got just one more, Mayor, Sister
Oh.
City. Well,
yeah,
two more, actually.
Sister City, yeah.
We got 2 more. So
Okay.
the Sister City Committee, that's the next committee. There's 4 vacancies. We can start with reappointments. Almira Flores is seeking reappointment, and her attendance rate is in your packet.
Move to reappoint.
Great. Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so we have 3 open positions after that. Seeking nominations for those.
Mayor, I'd like to
Mayor, I'd like
nominate
to
Valerie
nominate,
Harb.
Mirza Pearson.
I'm sorry, you're all
Uh,
talking over each other. I
sorry.
heard Valerie.
Who?
Valerie Harblovic, is that correct?
Yes,
Mr.
Harb.
President?
Sister City? Yeah.
Councilman Barrera, who is your nomination?
Mirza Pearson.
Mirza, okay.
Anyone else?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Emma Amanda.
Anyone else have a nomination? Okay. Hearing no other nominations, the nominations are closed.
Mayor, I'd like to move to appoint Harblevic, Pearson, and Manda to the open spots.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, so the last board is the Transportation Advisory Commission. There are 5 vacancies, and you also have 5 resumes for this one. So an option would be to meet, the board is lacking quorum. If you'd like some more choice, we could appoint 2, so we have quorum, and then we could go back and look for some other individuals, do some more recruitment, or you could vote as many as you want, but we're asking for at least a minimum of 2 so the board can meet. Yes, sir. And there's 5 applicants. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor, can I make a quick comment?
Sure.
So I've spoken to some of the students and, well, really some of the teachers at some of the high schools in the past. And I know that we've made some good changes and we've made some adjustments to the Children's and Youth Committee, but just a suggestion, we don't need to make any decisions now, but for people to think about is having from each major high school, so not every charter school. I think that the charter schools only need one representative. At every major high school, like Miller, Moody, King, Carroll, Ray, all have one individual representative instead of one from CCISD, since there's around 20,000 high school students in CCISD. There's probably not that much, but there's close. And there's only about 1,500, 1,000 to 1,500 per these other ISDs. Just a thought. Thanks.
Excuse me. I think that's a very good point.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that, Councilmember Hunter, and see.
Yeah. It's a good point.
Okay, we'll take a look at that, and we'll work with the department and propose an amendment along those lines. But we'll take a look at it and report back to council.
Thank you, Councilman Hunter. That's a real good point that we could probably move forward and make that amendment. Okay, we'll move on to section J, consent items, consent agenda items numbers 2 through 17. Would any council member like to pull any of these items for individual consideration? Okay, I will entertain a motion.
So moved to approve items 2 through 17. Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Sorry, that's a yes.
Oh, actually, hold on. I'm going to pull item 11. So, should Councilman Pusley just amend it?
Yeah, just to take out 11, if you're okay.
Yes, I will amend my main motion to pull item 11 and approve all other items as submitted on the consent agenda item.
Okay, and you want to second that, Mr.?
I'll second that, yeah.
Mr. Ledma? Thank you.
Okay, great. And do we have a second on that? We did? Okay, great. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Okay.
Is someone, okay.
I'll start. I think Steve Ramos is on the remote.
Oh. Okay.
Yes, I am. Okay, I'll let him give his presentation.
Well, and I just really want to inquire about the item in general.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
groundwater,
Yeah.
and so we're not, I mean,
Is Estefan on the,
Yes.
okay, Estefan, can you give us a quick synopsis of this? This is, the city has had groundwater storage as one of its water options in the portfolio that we've worked on for, I don't know, for many years. So this item here, yeah, then let me have Estefan take it from here, but this item provides an agreement, services basically to continue to look at groundwater when it comes to the recovery program as well as when we do capital projects. So, Estefan, can you explain that a little bit more for us?
Sure.
Okay.
For the record, my name is Esteban Ramos. I'm the Water Resource Manager for the City of Corpus Christi and the manager of the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Groundwater Conservation District. The item before you is a on-call service for groundwater related technical support to the district. This project or this assistance would help my team evaluate permit applications, different regulatory guidance questions. It would really be a support mechanism for a lot of the groundwater questions and applications that we have in our groundwater conservation district. the Groundwater Conservation District is really unique to the state of Texas. We're the only aquifer storage and recovery groundwater conservation district. We're really proud of that. And this allows us the ability to control and manage the groundwater within the city of Corpus Christi's city limits. So this particular contract would allow us to ask and get some additional technical support as we keep on receiving a lot of permit applications, and will help with review of these technical efforts.
Okay, and Esteban, did we, so this is the first time, right?
That we've had a consultant contract?
Well, yeah, like this
Yeah.
says,
I
yeah.
believe it, yes, I believe you're right, Mayor. Just let me add two other points too. So Estefan, the water district was established when for the city of Corpus Christi?
The water district was established by the Texas legislature in 2007.
2007, okay, so it's just one other point is that if anybody was to drill a well in the city, they would hit water, right? And so the groundwater district, the city manages that. We manage the district. Similar to up in San Antonio, you have the Edwards Aquifer Authority that manages that aquifer. So in 2007, we, through the legislature, had a district created here. And so the issue is individual property owners want to drill wells for water, and they have to come to us because we're the district. And Estefan and the water department need assistance, technical assistance, when that happens. And so we have one or two actual permit requests coming to us already. They don't come that often, but when they do come in, there's a level of technical expertise that we don't have on staff that is needed. And so this consultant contract is an on-call contract. When applications come in, we'll use them to help evaluate the applications that come in for individual or others to drill water wells in the district.
But this will improve, I mean, so we've had this since '07, but we've not
Yes.
had this service agreement.
We have not had the service agreement, right? So this is a way of just more streamlining, being better at managing the district. And maybe in recent times, we've had more applications. Estefan can speak to that, but Estefan.
Exactly. We've had, in the recent years, we've received more applications and more questions regarding groundwater within the district. And so this service would allow us to, for my team, to reach out and ask the technical questions in support of applications that come in and ask questions.
Okay.
Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering. I would like to make one clarification. And the interest full disclosure, I am one of the board members on the district, and HCR has supported that district, but through other contract mechanisms. They've been doing pilot study and investigation and looking at the feasibility of ASR. So they have provided technical support, but not exactly with this on-call contract mechanism.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. That clears it up for me. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
On the presentation, if you can make sure that the presentation's included in the agenda packet, so we can have that ahead of time. I didn't see it in the agenda.
Under the item.
Under the agenda item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, do we have a legislative update?
Yes, Tam Embry, our legislative manager, is on the line.
Great.
From Austin. So Tammy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. We're going to turn it over to you.
It has been a couple of weeks since I was able to be with you at council, and just wanted to give you a quick update. We've had a couple members of council up since the last time we visited 2 weeks ago. We had Ben Molina and Councilmember Greg Smith up to testify on several TWIA bills and house insurance. That was another long hearing that went to about 8 o'clock in the evening. And then last week we had Councilmember Gil Hernandez up to testify on another TWIA bill and on the SB 10, the no taxpayer lobby bill, and another bill's SB 1879 on lobby transparency for cities. Unfortunately, as we expected, the Senate is putting the no taxpayer lobby bill on a fast track. This bill passed out of the Senate last session, and was voted out of committee on party lines earlier this week, and then we'll be watching for that when it comes to the floor. And that bill still is in committee. The House version of that bill is still in committee. So an update on our sales tax transparency bill that we've been working on with Senator Hinojosa and Representative Ferrero. It has now had a hearing on both sides in the Senate Finance Committee 2 weeks ago, and then on Monday in the House Ways and Means Committee. Finance Director Heather Hurlburt was in Austin both times and testified on our behalf and did a great job. It is getting some opposition from the Texas Taxpayers and Research Association. That group represents the large industrial taxpayers across the state, and they are opposing it because they are convinced that we will want to contest the refund if we get additional information, or that we will want to sue the taxpayer. There has been additional language added in that would address that concern, but they don't seem to be willing to drop that. So we're going to continue to work with them. I had a call with one of their representatives today. We're going to do that, do another call soon. And the budget was passed out of House Appropriations Committee yesterday and is expected to be on the floor of the House next week. That is kind of the big highlights of what's going on in Austin. There's it's a little bit less hectic week this week up here, although there are a lot more technically focused bills that are, things dealing with different aspects of development services operations, dealing with ETJ issues, dealing with we supported a bill this morning for animal control that would deal with animals that are improperly tethered, that would provide a process for addressing that situation. But so you were kind of in that process of what we sometimes refer to as death by 1,000 cuts, because there's all of these narrowly focused bills moving through the process that on their own may not seem major, but if we get too many of them moving through the process, we're going to have some very significant impacts on city operations. Can I answer any questions for anyone?
Tammy, do you know the bill number of the animal tethering? No, it's okay if you don't know it offhand.
No, I got it. I have it. It is Senate Bill 474 by Senator Lucio.
Senator who?
Senator Lucio.
Oh, Lucio. Okay, yeah. Could you just keep that on our radar? I'm very interested in that's something that's for years has been.
Yeah, this is a one that we wholeheartedly support. It's a great bill. And that was one that Joel and I had talked about early in session, that once it came up, he wanted to support. So we're supporting that moving through the process.
Good. Will you please keep us posted on that one? That's very important. Does anyone else?
And I will add that the port bill has still not been set for a hearing.
Okay.
And we do not have a House companion for that bill.
2186?
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions or concerns? Okay. Yes.
I do have one question. Tammy, from what I understand, that bill cannot get a Senate committee meeting. Is that correct, or is it just not, they haven't scheduled it yet?
Which bill?
For the
2186. It has been referred to the Senate Committee on Ports, but it has not yet been set for a hearing. I I do know that there are some additional entities that are expressing concern with the bill in addition to the city.
Okay, but you don't know if they're actually going to have a hearing on it or not.
Nope, it has not been. The Senate Select Committee on Ports met this morning. It was not on that committee. There has not been another date set for another committee for that hearing, or that committee has not set another date for a hearing to hear bills. And the bill has not yet been introduced in the House. So
Okay.
we don't know. It could, I would venture to guess that a request has been made for a hearing. It has not yet been publicly granted.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that's all the questions we have. Tammy, thank you very much.
Well, as you all know, that my cell phone is available to you at any time, and please feel free to call and ask any questions or share any concerns you might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that said, we'll move on to section M, public hearings. Item number 18 is the first public hearing to discuss the annexation of London Pirate Road. Mr. McGinn, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning Department. This next item is a public hearing for the annexation of London Pirate Road, or what we formerly called County Road 33. Just reminded, today is just a public hearing. There's going to be no action required of the council at the end of the item. This annexation will include approximately 5,400 linear feet of road north of Weber Road. This annexation is the final step in implementing the interlocal agreement that we have with Nueces County that was approved in August of 2020. That agreement included cost sharing for improving 2,200 linear feet of road surface, and then with ultimately the city taking over the long-term maintenance. This annexation will allow us to move forward with that and take care of the road in perpetuity. Next slide, please. London Pirate Road is located in the London area adjacent to the school campus and will be the main access point into the London Town subdivision. It also will be a main access point to the new elementary school that London built that's just to the rear. In fact, those improvements went to the rear of the school property. Next slide, please. This is just a closer look at the proposed road. It's highlighted there with the yellow and black lines. Just of note, we've obviously had a lot of activity in this area recently. The city built a lift station in that area, which basically provides service to all of this land here. So ultimately, we anticipate that land will eventually come in for annexation at some point here in the near future. Next slide, please. And so next steps, we're here at the first public hearing, or we're following state law as far as annexation goes. So there's a lot of steps involved, a lot of newspaper, a lot of mail outs that have to occur. We'll have another public hearing next week, and then we will move then forward with the ordinance to take that action at the May 11th and 18th meetings. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Zanoni?
Oh, yeah, great, thank you.
I see your light.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I just want to add to Dan's presentation that this action today and then the subsequent meeting that we'll have on it addresses an issue that was here 2 years ago when I first took the city manager job. We had annexed around the County Road 33, but not it, 43, I'm sorry, but not it. And it was in bad shape, and we know there was several school facilities there. So I want to thank Dan. Dan was our point person in advancing this forward. We wouldn't have made it to today without Dan, so I appreciate that, Dan. Also, though, Commissioner Chesney from the county, he pledged dollars from the county to this, as did the city. And so this takes care of one of those lingering issues that would still be here, or still would be in the future if we didn't put our minds to work together and to getting it done for that community. So it's a good thing today.
I agree with you, Mr. Zanoni, and this is something I have to commend Commissioner Chesney, because he's been working on this. I think he reached out to me in 2017, I guess it was. And so it's been a joint effort between the city and the county. So this is a good news. So thank you, Dan, and thank you for all the work you've done, because I know this was kind of slow moving and it went through many people. Councilman Pusley.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Yeah, the discussions about this have been ongoing at the county for a number of years. Dan, I just, you and I talked about this yesterday. I just wanted to make sure, when you're doing this annexation, are you getting enough of the right-of-way on each side where, for future expansion, so that we don't have to come back and redo this, or are you just taking over the road proper, or are you getting the easement on each side of the road as well?
Well, we're taking over what right-of-way that the county had. As those properties plat and develop, we'll be able to acquire additional right-of-way.
Okay.
And so in front of the London Town subdivision, we've been able to get the ultimate right-of-way needed. But as those properties develop on the east and west through the platting process, we'll get the rest that we need.
Okay.
What road improvements are there are not the ultimate width. Eventually, that road would be
Yeah, because I
replaced
know the
with an urban
county's
section.
road widths are substantially less than what the city requires, so I just wanted to make sure you were going to get enough, so thank you.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you. So the county and the city participated. Did the adjacent developers participated also in this, did they?
Did they ultimately do that?
There's a second phase.
Okay.
There's a second phase that our Public Works is talking to the developer on, which would be beyond that 2,200 feet and to the entry area of that subdivision. And I know Agape Ranch is also constructing a project there as well. So that road improvement will be in that vicinity.
Okay, so are they participating in it, or they just want us to do it for them?
I think talks so far have that they are contributing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Do you have a concern? Yes, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I'm intimately familiar with this. As a matter of fact, I think when the city manager first started, I took him out there and showed him that road, as well as our Public Works Director, Richard Martinez, showed it to him. That was before it was assigned to Councilman Barretta as part of District 3. However, I just want to make sure that in terms of that road, I know Commissioner Chesney had committed to some funding for it, but I'm assuming he's going to provide it to the city because of the way the county builds roads and the way the city builds roads are completely different. So if you could speak to that.
Yeah, the agreement outlined that would be that first 2,200 feet and kind of describe those improvements. So those have been completed. So the improvement part is done. It took, those improvements just went to the back of the school site. And yeah, they were just kind of improving the existing surface and widening it as much as they could. So hopefully they were able to get
so it's still to county standards, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, the road is still county.
Okay, so
rural
this provides us a problem, and maybe our Public Works Director can kind of provide some insight into it as to, once we absorb it, it doesn't have drainage other than the side ditches, and it's not necessarily a city road design.
Sure.
So kind of describe what we're going to do from this point.
I'll let Richard take it.
So, Councilman, it's scheduled to have the same type of rural roadway section because that first section was done. That last 2,000 feet that we'd be doing, we'd be widening it. The developer there is only required to add 2 feet to that existing road today. So that second piece, what we wanted to do was partner with the developer so that we could rebuild it, and we're going to be using what we have currently materials today. Millings to mill it back up again, stabilize it again, and then repave it. So the developer is actually paying for all of the asphalt for that section.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking here is that, are we going to have curbs and gutters?
No.
Or are we just going to leave it as a county road?
Because of the first section was built the way it was,
Right.
We're going to add and widen it out to that section because that last piece isn't, and it's going
Right.
to stay a rural section because of the bar ditches. It would take a major drainage project to make that roadway into a city standard, sir.
Okay, well.
Yeah, ultimately, it's probably going to take a bond program project.
Yeah, I can't, it's a little hard to justify that, but is it going to be, if you're looking at the right-of-ways, there's a section that is closer to the development where Brazelton, I guess D.R. Horton now, is developing. That's, I believe, is more than 2 feet, isn't it?
Yes, it's wider. It's made to city standards, sir. Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, that's, it is what it is, I guess, but I don't know about annexing a road like that, but, we have to take care of it. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. I'll open the public hearing on item number 18 regarding the annexation of London Pirate Road. Ms. Huerta, do we have any public comment submitted?
No, ma'am. No call-ins and no written public comment.
Okay, great. So today we've, excuse me, no council action on this item. So we will move on to section N, individual consideration items.
And then just close the public hearing. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'll close the public hearing now. And then we'll move on to section N. Item number 19 is a motion authorizing a lease purchase agreement for the replacement of 140 self-contained breathing apparatus for the fire department, which is a good news item for Chief Rocha.
Mayor, could I make a motion to approve
Yes, and I will
19,
second it.
20, and 21?
I second that. Chief Rocha? Do we have any discussion? Of course not. Except for, I'd like to say, Chief Rocha, thank you. This is an item that obviously not only keeps our firefighters safe, but their families. This is something we always say, we want to make sure you have what you need, as Chief Markle knows as well for his department. So thank you very much. Absolutely. And one more quick comment, Councilman Hunter, if you'll allow me. Item 21 is also a very good news, or is it 20? 20 and 21.
20 and 21, yeah.
So 20 is going to allow our city to repair a record number of potholes. God, I can't see, I'm sorry. Item number 20 is, for the public to know, is authorizing the purchase of 2 additional Peterbilt chases with spray patchers for pothole repairs. And again, this is repairing a record number of potholes. This will allow us to repair a record number of potholes. Repairing our streets is obviously our top priority. So, Richard, use it wisely. We look forward to a lot of potholes being repaired, and obviously in a better manner than have been. And then quickly on item number 21, this is a very important item too. This is a significant step in the protection of the Corpus Christi Bay. And item number 21 is a motion awarding a professional services contract with Lockwood Andrews and Newman for the Bay Water Quality Improvement Project. So this is ensuring that trash is picked up and items are removed from our stormwater system before they enter the bay. And that's a critical step in preservation. So I just want to make sure that the public knows we are safeguarding our bay, and that is our priority. It's extremely important in what we do in making policy. So thank you for that. Do we have any discussion on those items? Great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I think Mr.
We
Molina
have
has
a comment. Yes, sir.
Yes, of course, I do support these agenda items. The item I want to talk about a little bit is the item number 20, which is the spray patchers. Part of that presentation includes an older piece of equipment that I've been trying to get us to use for many years, and it looks like we're finally getting to put that back into service, that BOMAG.
So, yes, sir, Councilman, what we're going to be doing is that BOMAG is going out of service, but we have an additional one that we are utilizing already today. Well, we have 2 today, sir.
Okay, yeah. And so, is that going to be used for the, with the new, in conjunction with the new spray equipment?
So this one right now, this old piece of equipment, and if we have the presentation, I'd like to bring that up if I could, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. That's the piece of equipment there, the reclaimer that's there. It's an old reclaimer, and it's already past its life. And so that's when it's being utilized in the replacement of one of these spray patchers. The second one that we have that's operational, that we got operational again, that unit we will use to what we call reclamation, to reclaim a street. So another street that's already too far gone to overlay, we're going back and stabilize the base material again, restabilize it so then we can overlay on top. That's a stopgap between an overlay and a total reconstruction, because we have a lot of streets in that area. So that program we're looking at, and I haven't talked to our city manager yet, but that was something that in our budget process this year, I'm looking at trying to improve.
So this is something that that we are going to move forward with. And for some of my colleagues here that I've been serving with for a while, this is a piece of equipment that I had brought up years back, and I was told by staff at the time that it just wasn't feasible and wasn't a good idea to put it back into use. But I'm glad that you're finally moving forward with it, and I'm glad to see it.
Yes, sir. It's
come to
another tool in
fruition.
the toolbox, just like these spray patchers are. We need to have all those tools in our toolbox to fix the streets here in Corpus Christi.
No, it is. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Richard. And I'd love to see, I'm sure you do this, but maybe you can bring it back in whatever time you think is appropriate, but, you know, how many potholes that you're taking care of with this new piece?
Sure, I can tell you that today. So our estimate was 75,000. We're on board to do 120,000 this year. That's not entirely a good thing, though, Mayor, Council. To have our system the way we want to be reducing the amount of potholes every year. What I'm proud to tell you today is the backlog that we started with when I got here, there is no backlog today of potholes that are sitting that our citizens are waiting for us to get. We're within a 48-hour timeline.
Wow.
Our crews have been working weekends to catch up. As of 3 months ago, we were still a 4-month backlog, but we caught up.
Wow, that is awesome. Congratulations. Thank you, Richard. Thanks for all you do. Okay, so we will move on to first reading ordinances, item number 22, section O.
Did we vote on, we need to vote on 19
Oh,
through
we never
21, Mayor,
voted.
please. Yes,
We're-
please.
We're doing everything in pieces on that one. Okay, I think we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motions pass. Okay, moving on to section O, first reading ordinances, item number 22. Ordinance accepting a grant from the Executive Office of the President, Office of National Drug Control Policy for overtime for officers and lease payments on 4 vehicles. Welcome, Chief Markle.
Good afternoon. How you doing today?
Great.
Chief Markle, Police Department. Item 22 is a long-standing grant. It's really a partnership of 9 counties, federal agencies up and down this corridor for HIDA, which is a high-intensity drug trafficking area. So the mission of this is to intercept monies, drugs, and those types of things that are being transported up and down the corridor, National Seashore, those kind of areas. We've worked in partnership with DEA under HIDA. This grant's for $89,480. There's no match to it. And missions are developed as intel comes in. Stand by for any questions.
Great. I don't think we have any, Chief Markle.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. Thank you, Chief Markle.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Item 23 is,
I didn't know that
oh, I'm
was
sorry.
yours.
Oh, you can go now. huh?
You can go now. Yeah, no, go ahead. Item 23.
Item 23 is a click it or ticket grant. It's annual. We've used it since 2002. 19 years now. It's not a large grant, but it's very impactful. It's about $8,900. Our match is the $2,400 for the fringe benefits. We utilize our units, and as you know, we be proactive in child safety seats and seatbelt usage.
Great.
So I stand
Okay.
by for any questions.
Do we have a motion to entertain? Okay.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Which items are, 20, just 22 or 22 and 23? 22 and 23?
No, we voted on
They already
22.
voted on 22, yeah.
We voted on 22.
Oh, my goodness, okay, let's talk.
This is 23. Do we have a
Okay.
second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Point of information.
Yes.
Rebecca, I believe Councilman Pusley made the motion, and I seconded 22, just for
Okay, thank you.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Chief Markle. Item number 24. No, we're going to go ahead and do this item. Okay, ordinance authorizing an amendment to the wastewater lift station construction and reimbursement agreement to construct the wastewater lift station for Greenwood Service Area Number 5. Hello, Mr. Raymond.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services.
The ordinance before you is to authorize an amendment to the wastewater lift station contract and reimbursement agreement with Peterson Properties Limited to construct a wastewater lift station for the Greenwood Service Area 5. This request is to amend the agreement by $44,057 because the actual bid for the lift station exceeded the engineer's original cost estimate. If approved, the amendment would be, if approved, the agreement would total $56,469.82. Next slide, please. The property is located at the intersection of West Point Road and South Padre Island Drive. The property encompasses 6.91 acres, and the purpose is to construct a VA community-based outpatient clinic. This two-story facility will consist of 74,000 square feet, and the estimated construction value is $24.5 million. Next slide, please. The proposed lift station will extend wastewater services to approximately 483 acres within the Greenwood Service Area 5. Next slide, please. Staff recommends approval to amend the wastewater lift station construction and reimbursement agreement with Peterson Properties Limited to $756,469.82. And I stand by for any questions.
Move to approve.
Okay, I think we have some discussion before we move forward. Councilman Hernandez, your comment?
Yes, Mr. Riemann. I noticed that you didn't include balances from the trust fund here. I'm assuming we have enough to cover this, but could you kind of give your...
Sure. Before this is taken out of the trust fund, it's approximately $1.6 million. When this is withdrawn, the $44,000, it'll be $1,556,469.08. That's accumulative of all buckets.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. And we're going to go ahead and do this last one, and then we'll go to lunch, and we'll come back and have that one presentation. So item number 25, thank you, sir. Item number 25 is an ordinance abandoning and vacating an existing utility easement out of Lot 3, Block 1, South Texas Bone and Joint Medical Plaza, Unit 1.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The ordinance before you is to close, abandon, and vacate a approximately 15-foot wide by 483 feet in length utility easement out of Lot 3, Block 1 for the South Texas Bone and Joint Medical Plaza, Unit 1. Next slide, please. This property is located on Martin Street, west of 286 and south of Holly Road. Next slide, please. The closure of the public utility easement is being requested by the property owner, 2413 Memorial Parkway LLC, in order to construct the Bone and Joint Clinic facility. As you see there, the blue square, if you will, represents the building footprint. The red hashed area going east and west, sort of, that's the easement to be abandoned. To the north of that, the yellow hashed area is the easement that the applicant will dedicate to the city in replacement of this abandonment. There are no public or franchise utilities in this easement, and neither group expressed any concern or opposition with the closure of this easement. Next slide, please. Staff recommends approval of the request to abandon, to approve this easement closure. I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
I move for approval.
Okay, do you have a question? No. Okay, let's turn our lights off. Great, do we have a second?
Second.
Great. Any discussion? All in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Okay, great. So we will now break for lunch, and we have executive session items number 27 and 28. When we return, we will have one briefing on infill housing, and then that will end our meeting. So we will go into executive session on items numbers 27 and 28 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.074. We will return shortly. I believe we have an action, or I'm sorry, a motion to read.
Yes, per our audit committee meeting we had a couple weeks ago, we unanimously recommend the extension of the period of time to September 30th, 2021 for the interim city auditor to obtain her certification. So with that, I make a motion to officially extend the time for completion for the interim city auditor certification to September 30th, 2021.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
Aye.
Thank you, Michael. The motion passes.
Sorry, I was late to the microphone.
That's okay. All right, the motion passes. So we're going to go on to section P, briefings, item number 26. This is an update on affordable housing and a review of city infill housing incentive program guidelines. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Buxton, the Assistant Director of Grant Monitoring. And before you on the screen is the updated PowerPoint. I believe there's been some changes in your packet. The changes are not substantial. They just reflect clarifying of the information and a few conversations we've had since the agenda posted, but nothing substantial. So what I'd like to talk about is the affordable housing policy, the necessity to have one, and the infill housing incentive program. Can I have the next slide, please? So we don't currently have an affordable housing policy per se. We do have home ownership affordability requirements that our programs are required to meet. They include initial purchase prices that don't exceed 95% of the median purchase price for the area. We're required to, or the homeowners are required to have the home as their principal residence, no second homes. The home is subject to recapture or resale restrictions, and we have to meet HUD Secretary, their minimum standards for energy efficiency. And I would like to point out that these 4 definitions come from the federal definition, and our Type A and Type B affordable housing funds are subject to those definitions as well. Next slide, please. So what do those things actually mean? In Corpus Christi, 95% of the median purchase price. For an existing home, it's $173,000. For a newly constructed home, it's $238,000. And those numbers are adjusted annually on HUD schedule. They usually come out about April or May. To be a low-income household, your area median income for a family of 4, the limit's $55,450. And to be considered affordable, a homeowner or a renter can't be cost burdened by spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs. Next slide, please. So what tools do we have? If broken out into 2 categories, preservation and new affordable units. For home ownership, we're looking at the minor home repair program, our recent emergency plumbing repair program, the single family rehabilitation program, and our demolition reconstruction program. For new affordable units, we can create new home buyers by providing down payment assistance, providing development subsidy for new construction, and this infill housing incentive program that we're going to talk about in a little more detail today. So there's been interest in the infill housing incentive program. This program goes back to City Council adoption in December of 2015. I'm sorry, may I have the next slide, please? Thank you. It goes back to the City Council adoption of the program guidelines in 2015. It was to increase new construction on vacant infill lots that are privately owned or city-owned. In the program guidelines, it says that builders will qualify for incentives. They include waiving building permit fees, platting fees, and zoning fees. There's a waiver of the water, wastewater, and gas tap fees, and the city would provide 2 roll-off containers at the city's expense. This program is incredibly difficult to almost impossible to use because one of the requirements in the guidelines is that the house can't sell for more than $100,000. Next slide, please. Thanksgiving Homes is the one that's brought this program forward, saying we'd like to be able to use it. We're doing infill development lots. If this project could be made more user-friendly, then we might be able to bring more developers in and actually increase the amount of production that we have. So just a little bit about Thanksgiving Homes. They're created through the Corpus Christi Housing Authority. They've developed over 40 homes. They've got more under construction. Their homes are about 13,000 square feet. They have 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, and they've sold for $159,000 to $169,000. They're building in the community development block grant low to moderate income areas of the community. There aren't any income or sales price restrictions. And Thanksgiving Homes is ready to use this program and recruit builders or provide more incentive to builders if we can get these infill program guidelines updated. Next slide, please. So in terms of policy, where do we need to go with an actual comprehensive policy that creates and preserves affordable housing? We need a policy that continues our preservation programs, provides adequate subsidies for low-income buyers, provides access to city-owned lands for affordable housing, encourages more developers to build affordable housing, promotes economic diversity in the community development block grant low to moderate income areas, promotes low-income housing, low-income households living in higher income areas, prevents unintended consequences that cause displacement, such as increasing property taxes that make housing less affordable for low-income households, and considers the impact of incentives such as fee waivers on city operations. Next slide, please. So where do we need to go with the IHIP program guidelines? We need to revise outdated sale price requirements, set criteria for building on lots purchased from the city, budget for fee waivers and tap fees, and we need to get input from additional stakeholders and builders. And I'm available for questions.
Jennifer, I have some questions.
Sure.
So, on page 2, okay, so this is, this program is based on, for example, page 2, low income is 80% of the area median income. So for a family of 4, the limit's 55.4.
Okay, that is standard affordable housing language. Any affordable, it helps if what we're talking about is divided up into 2 sections, right? An affordable housing policy needs to address affordability in terms of who we're talking about, and that's 80% of the area median income. The actual infill housing incentive program is not income restricted. So the 80% does not apply to the homes that, for example, Thanksgiving Homes is building. There's 2 different things there.
Okay, so this would apply to, question mark.
The 80% applies to any of the programs we're currently running.
Like
Our
the-
preservation programs, the down payment assistance program.
But when we talk, when we have these affordable housing, like the tax credit, is that a whole nother
That's a
formula?
Yeah,
I know, it's
okay.
super, I know.
So low-income housing tax credits, in order to score points, or to score the points, the majority of the units need to be at or below 60% area median income. So it helps when you're thinking low-income housing tax credits, set that bar at 60% and below, because to fund anything above 60%, it gets a little complicated
Right.
and pretty expensive.
Okay, so the low income here, the 80%, is what we use
It's-
for our programs.
It's 80% is required for federal home funds and community development block grant funds. So it's the federal statute that we're tied to.
Federal statute, okay.
There are a couple of our programs where we do deeper income targeting even than 80%.
Got it. Okay, and then, see, I think I was gonna ask you something else here. Okay, so page 3, Thanksgiving Homes range from 159 to 169. And so our, I guess, can you tell us a little bit about our infill lots? I know in the last 4 years, we've discussed some of them. I mean, matter of fact, Dan and I talked about this 3 years ago, probably, and how we go about when we acquire them, which is a whole nother story, but when we do, what happens?
How do I answer that? Okay, so we don't necessarily set aside any lots for affordable housing, and we're not very good about making them available on the market for people to put affordable housing on them.
Homes on.
It's through the same standard process that anybody can access surplus lots. However, as part of the housing policy, one of the things that we need to address is how we get city-owned lots out onto the market for affordable housing.
Okay. And this price range is considered affordable, I guess, according to,
Yes. This price range, in order to be considered affordable, the federal rule says that it has to be below 95% of the area median value. Today, that value for a newly constructed home is $238,000. Thanksgiving homes, their sale prices falls under that value.
got it. Okay, Councilman Busley.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I had originally asked the infill housing incentive program to be put on the agenda to discuss. And if council will remember, back several meetings ago, we approved a list of properties that are submitted to us, just like the county, on a regular basis from our tax attorneys that go up for auction at sheriff's sale because of non-payment of taxes. And I suggested at that time that one of the ways that the city could show good faith and effort at trying to do something about affordable housing, because we hear all the time about affordable housing, and you know, we had some callers this morning who were talking about, I think, really a different subject, but Thanksgiving Homes is a nonprofit organization. It's set up through the Corpus Christi Housing Authority. They don't just build houses in an industrial area. They have one going up in what I consider an industrial area, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But Mr. Brown graciously took me around one day and showed me the different properties he's building on, some of the homes he had going up under construction at the time, and he has some over around Memorial Hospital. He has some out in the bluff next to the Naval Air Station. So it covers a wide range of areas. And so one of the ways that I think that we can provide properties to a program such as this, not to just Thanksgiving Home, but other developers who get into this affordable housing building scenario, is that we can pull those properties from the tax rolls and offer them up in part of that program. We did that at the county. We pulled some properties off, and we actually did a partnership with the city of Corpus Christi to do that on some properties that the city was concerned about people that were out off of County Road 73, and Commissioner Lerma is familiar with this, where there are old properties adjacent to the river, and people were basically squatting on that land and setting up tents and whatever, and putting their septic drain lines into the Nueces River, our drinking water supply. And so the city partnered with the county to take those properties off the tax rolls when they came up, and the city purchased them. And we ended up donating them to the bays and estuaries to keep as green spaces for perpetuity. So I think we have that tool as an option. With respect to the industrial area, and I've had this discussion with Peter Zanoni, there's an old subdivision called Donna Park over here next to the industrial areas north of I-37. I grew up in Donna Park. I spent the first 21 years of my life in Donna Park living with my parents. And over the course of the last several years, there has been a program started by an environmental group here in Corpus Christi to buy out the homes in that subdivision that come up for purchase. And basically, they've done a pretty good job of that. But the problem now is they own those lots now, and they don't have any way to maintain them or keep them. And I've been trying to work and help them get somebody to come in and buy those. Mr. Brown has built 2 homes in there, and while we appreciate what he's doing, we weren't necessarily thrilled about him building homes in an area where we're trying to tear them down and move them out. So we have a gentleman's agreement about that with Mr. Brown on future plans. But I think this is an opportunity, council, for us to step up to the plate with an affordable housing policy that helps do infill lots. It helps young families. It helps military people who are trying to find affordable housing close to our Naval Air Station. So I think it's a really good program, and I invited Mr. Brown here, and the mayor agreed with that, to have him tell us a little bit more about the program and what he's doing. So, Mayor, thank you very much. I appreciate you letting me have to come.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess that to Councilman Pusley's point, having the property, city-owned property, and actually attaining it. I know we have a lot that goes through our friends over at Guggen, Lineberger, or Sampson and Blair, whatever, those guys, Paul Chapa. But it's not only us that has tax liens on it, right? It's the other entities as well. So how do we go about getting property in order to do this? I mean, we don't just have a surplus of property lying around as a city, at the city, unless I'm mistaken.
If I could, the way we did that, Councilman Hernandez, with the county and the city together, the city just bought the properties at the tax sale.
That's what I was getting to.
Yeah.
So I was trying to get to that point. Who would buy that? Is it us? Is it Type A? Is it, how do we go about?
No.
I mean, where are we supposed to get this property? And I want to give her the opportunity to answer.
We don't have a mechanism now for picking up that property and providing it for affordable housing. The developers or a group like Thanksgiving Homes is picking up that property themselves off sheriff sales.
Okay, so that's different from city having surplus property or using that as a method to build homes or have it for affordable housing. So kind of give me some ideas as to what you mean by that.
Do you remember Congress Park, or there's talks about other parks that are unutilized or small
Right.
pieces of land that are in discussion that we might want to make surplus property? I'm talking about those sorts of things.
Right. We've had several discussions where parks, however, when you look at that from that perspective, there are some of those parks that are not would not match the homes that are around that park. So that was one of the complaints at Congress Park. I remember this discussion, that there was some issues with that. But even though it was surrounded by an apartment complex, there were still some concerns about the homes that were across the street from there.
Well, and specifically with Congress Park, they had not gone through their design charrettes to finish that. The homes that it was just a possibility when they presented that, but they were really clear that they wanted to go through an entire design process and include the neighborhoods to make sure that it transitioned from that multifamily into the single families across the street. But when I'm talking about getting city surplus land or city-owned land, those are the types of things that I'm talking about. How to get things off of sheriff sales, or how we can do with multiple jurisdictions with their tax liens, finding a way to support the builders and the nonprofits in picking up that ground and making sure that they can do it at a cost where they can still build something affordable for our low-income homeowners and possibly even renters. That's something that we need to look at in terms of a housing policy. But coming up with a housing policy, we need to make sure we have a lot of stakeholders on board. That's a large undertaking. It's not something that we want to do internally in a vacuum. We want to make sure we've got nonprofits on board, the housing authority. We want to make sure that we've got representatives from the building community, for-profit and nonprofit. We want to make sure that we're talking with development services, the planning department, that it's in congruence with our comprehensive plan, our ADPs. That's a larger undertaking, and that has to be part of that. And then making sure that our builders, they don't have to, there's an ease of use and an affordability aspect where they can still pick up that ground and make it affordable.
So all this, because there's going to be a cost to this, right?
Correct.
If you're looking at acquiring property such as through the tax rolls or if it's us, right, or with us and our partners, is where would it all come from? The block grants, or where would it come from?
Block grant is one place. However, block grant is limited, and it's not necessarily going to solve the problem. When we're looking at a comprehensive program, we have to look at the cost of doing it and the cost of not doing it. So what's it costing our homeowners? How many people are at risk of homelessness by not having affordable units, whether they be home ownership or rental units? and looking at, like I said, in a comprehensive manner and say, what's it costing us where to not have it versus have it? And what are our priorities? We say we need affordable housing. It's not free.
Okay, would there be any requirements for a modification of the UDC to have some aspect of this? Because, I mean, even with this, you're looking at, when I looked at this percentage of what a house costs, it's not just the cost of the house. I mean, obviously, we're in a coastal area that requires windstorm, especially for new construction. There's obviously taxes associated with that. Is that included in your, in this dollar amount?
In which dollar amount, I'm sorry?
The 95% of the $238.
That is only the sales price.
So you're only talking about the sales price. So, and if you're looking at 80% of 55,000, that's what, 16,635? In terms of the 30% of that $55,000 for
So
low income?
I think I did some of the math that you're trying to get to.
Mm-hmm.
So just because a home is at $238,000 doesn't mean that's what somebody at 80% can afford right out of the gate without some sort of direct home buyer assistance, meaning down payment assistance.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, windstorm is not, it can cost as much as the actual mortgage payment.
Right. So one of the things I calculated was today, using some generic information such as property tax rate, guessing a little bit on what the insurance would be, paying out the APR, doing the PITI plus any sort of private mortgage insurance.
Mortgage insurance, yeah.
Somebody at 80% today, they're probably looking at being able to borrow, assuming an appropriate credit score, around $133,000 to $135,000. So they're not, without substantial subsidies, they're not going to be able to buy at $238,000, but they may be able to buy with down payment assistance and some savings the homes like Thanksgiving Homes is providing, with a little bit of down payment assistance that we provide already through the home program and through the Type A Affordable Housing
Okay.
Fund.
And
Excuse me, it might be Type B Affordable
Right.
Housing Fund.
Okay, so that, I mean, I guess we'd need to have a kind of a whole program put together to understand that, to what that really looks like. The last thing I want to ask you is, that, you know, so this is something that I know I discussed before. If you do any kind of renovation on some of these older homes, you have to bring them up to current code. I think, what's the percentage, Al, for if you renovate a certain percentage of the home?
50.
Okay, so, I mean, you know, that could be prohibitive, and then what you end up having is houses that never get repaired or never get modernized. And so I don't know, is there anything that we can look at there that, and maybe Al, this could be a discussion with you as to what we can do to create some sort of aspect where you don't have to modernize the whole thing, but make it safe to current code. Like, and let me give you the example. There's a requirement to have outlets at every certain amount of distance on a specific wall, right? And where it is, and but older homes may not have that, and you would have to add that. So the cost to add an outlet to a specific room or a specific wall to make it up to modern code would be cost prohibitive and maybe not necessarily the best use of that money to bring it up to safety. But so that would be kind of an example is what I'm talking about.
I've taken your point, and when we put together a comprehensive policy, we'll want to make sure that we've, like I said, included development services. But as for the actual, the UDC and the requirements when somebody's rehabbing homes, if Al wants to speak, or.
And I guess for clarity, today we're talking about maybe reconstructing the policy. So you would be coming back with some of these things and what it would entail overall, correct?
We're talking about two different things. Yes, we want to bring back the infill development incentive program.
Right.
That Mr. Brown and I have already made notes where we want to go out and talk to additional stakeholders. I think Mr. Brown has done an excellent job of coming at it from, I think this will work for everybody, not just Thanksgiving Homes. But we want to have some of those conversations. And once we do that, we'll bring that back to you. I'd also like we're informing you that, yes, we are aware that we need a comprehensive affordable housing strategy, a policy That is a large undertaking that's going to require a lot of stakeholders, and we're going to do it. We do not have it today.
Because typically, and correct me if I'm wrong, cities purchase these lots and then the department works with, is that how it works? I mean, typically.
It doesn't have to be. Yes, the city could purchase lots and then turn around and provide them for affordable housing, or we can put things in place to help developers.
Right.
Maybe they have to clear the title on it, or they have to clear liens on it.
Right.
We could help them do that, but cut out that middle
But
purchase.
you will go back and work on all of this.
Yeah,
Okay.
all
and
of
then-
those things are on the table.
Right. One last question. How does the Housing Authority, you mentioned them, how do they come into play?
Thanksgiving Homes was a nonprofit created out of the efforts of the Housing Authority, and there are still ties there. Thanksgiving Homes was created through the Housing Authority. And they started the program, correct me if I'm wrong, but they started the program to increase rental housing as well. But they're selling so many of these in neighborhoods that need new construction and need new home buyers that very rarely do they have to convert those. I think he said one that they've had to convert to a rental, but otherwise these are selling very fast on the open market.
Do they
So again.
Does the Housing Authority subsidize the program?
That's what how is the Housing Authority involved?
I'm going to let Dan talk to that. Do you want-
Okay. And I think Mr. Molina had Councilman, you had a question.
Mayor, could Al answer the question for the?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
Sorry.
yes, okay. Here.
Yes, we would certainly work with anyone. In other words, we adopted an international existing building code which allows that kind of flexibility, right? So you wouldn't apply the brand-new code to an existing building. That code is created to allow, to do exactly what you're saying. If you are working on one part of the house or one room or whatever, you don't have to, in essence, touch the entire facility to bring it up to the current code, which is the 2015. So when we work, as Jennifer was saying, when we work together to bring this back to this body, hopefully it's a more consolidated, coordinated effort, and everyone would have had opinion to make it, a very positive project.
Great. Okay, thank you, Mr.
Al, thank you.
Raymond.
I'll circle back with you on that.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Molina, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the public commenters made it sound like we're targeting an area around the industrial district, but I'm looking at the map here. It's the Community Development Block Grant Boundaries dated November 2015, and it has a large area marked all across the city, really, from one side to the other. Can you tell me a little bit more about how this map was developed?
That map is determined, that particular map, we're set by HUD standards. However, HUD uses census tract data to determine on a block-by-block basis what the income is. Based on that income, they determine an area median income. If they fall at 50% or below, they're considered an LMI area. So that's HUD set. It's throughout the community. It's on the west side. It's out in Flower Bluff. There's some on the north side as well. It's a mix. It's residential, it's commercial, it's got retail. There's in some adjacent to industrial areas. However, it is based on the area median income. None of these the way the program is originally written and the way Thanksgiving Homes is doing it is they're not building on anything that is not currently zoned appropriately. There's nothing that has to go through a rezoning. Now, and I understand Councilman Pusley and Mr. Brown have had a conversation about a couple of particular homes. But again, they haven't built anywhere where it wasn't zoned residential to begin with. And if I can speak to a little bit about, the comment was talking about environmental and next to, and nobody, let me rephrase that. Just because it's a low-income area doesn't mean that we don't want new homeowners in a low-income area. Low-income buyers often want to continue to buy in low-income areas. That's where they were raised. That's where they went to school. That's where their family is. That's where their sense of community is. So to say that we do not want to build in low MI areas is to discount everything that those low MI areas bring to the community in terms of neighborhood cohesion, culture, and family units. So they're all over the city. It's based on area median income below 50%, and these houses are selling very quickly, and they're selling to people who want to live in those neighborhoods for reasons.
So it's not a map that the city itself, your department, or this council had put together?
Nope.
Okay, well, I appreciate the clarification for us and the community.
And thank you, Jennifer. Mr. Brown?
Thank you. My name is Dan Brown, and I have the honor of representing Thanksgiving Homes. This has been, I was a banker for many, many years, and this has been just a wonderful, fun job. I've enjoyed it. I've been doing it for about 2 years now. It was started as a affiliate of the Housing Authority, and Gary Alsop, who runs it, about 2 years ago, said, it'd be sure nice if we had 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes for people to rent. And so we started buying lots. I developed a program with we have 7 builders, and we have been exceeded anything we would have hoped for. Is it appropriate, can I give something out, a handout real quick? Just, it's illustrated, but it's very simple, and I think it would, yeah, I do, I have plenty. Yeah, there you go. And I'll keep one just so I follow. Yeah, thank you. Many of you have actually been in these homes and seen them. I consider them very high-quality homes. 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 9-foot ceilings, quartz countertops, island kitchens, walk-in showers, the vinyl wood look plank flooring, hurricane impact windows in every one of them. And they have foam insulation. The average utility bill is about $72 a month. We are not afraid of any lot. Many of you have seen them. You cannot find a lot that Mr. Alsop will not build a house on. Having said that, we've also built in some, non-LMI areas, not outside of these maps you see. We're in the business to build affordable houses, and affordable houses can be anywhere. If I could find a lot for $15,000 on the south side, Gil, I'd build one. But the reality of it is we're trying to stay in the affordable range. I'd like to ask you to look at the last page, because we've discussed the infill lot plan. Really what that plan does is it waives basically the platting fees, the permitting fees, the water sewer tap fees, which can get to be pretty expensive when you're building a house. So this is a perfect example of a house I built in Flower Bluff in Greg's district. Greg, you've seen this house. At 429 Scotland. The lot cost me $14,794. I just bought it on the open market. The replatting fees, because it was one half of lot 12, and I had to turn it into 12A. Didn't have to change anything, but that process cost a few dollars. Then I had to demolish a bunch of trees, pull up concrete and all that. We had to trim trees. We love trees. We don't tear trees down if we don't have to. We got a plan design, surveying of the property. The cost of the house was $118,706. And by the way, permits are in that number. Okay, so the building permits, and I don't exactly know that number, but I'm sure it's a few, maybe close to $1,000 or something like that. Yeah. And then we have tap fees. Water sewer tap fees of $2,500. So what I haven't read there, the potential things that you could save us money on. And when I say us, you'll see at the very bottom, we actually make a little profit on each one of these houses. Now that covers our overhead, me and a few other people, and that we don't make a lot of excess money, but you can see there's a number there. If I can save the rest of the money though, then the builders can do better, because right now they got hit with increased lumber costs and a bunch of other things. So we're not suggesting that if you give us these fees, we're gonna take more to the bottom line. We're going to lower the price of the house a little bit and give the builders a little bit more money. But having said that, you can see the fencing of the property, $7,500. I like to say it's like a painting without a frame if you don't put a nice fence around some of these houses. So we built a very nice wood fence with a kickboard, and it's something that we're very proud of. Then you had the change orders. Well, look down there. There's an extra tap fee of $1,082. So that's kind of an unexpected number. Maybe you have to go under a sidewalk, or sometimes I'm not sure what the number is, but all I know is the builders complain about it a lot. If you look at what the city under our program, and by the way, we're not really looking, when we sell these houses, People are going to their own mortgage companies, they're getting their own loans. You could buy a house, anybody can buy a house. We're not, the only limitation we have is it has to be owner occupied. That's it. Anybody can buy these houses. And indeed they are. So you can see the total cost of this house is $150. We have some realtor fees and some closing costs, and then we make about $9,000. So what we've done is we've created a little industry. We have 7 builders building for us. They're now going out on their own. They've got the confidence to go out in these neighborhoods, Greg especially in the Flower Bluff area. 3 of our builders are going out on their own and building houses. As soon as the market takes over and does well, we will gracefully bow out and let the free market system take over. But until that happens, we're going to help seed it and stimulate it and all that. This program is not just what Jennifer's presented for the program part is not just for Thanksgiving homes. It's for any builder that would want to come in there and get a little bit. So here's the profit. If a builder in the 118 number has about 7,000 or 8,000 profit in that number, and look, they can take the 9,000 I'm making, that's getting to be real money. If you spice it up with a little bit of waive fees, I think you're going to have some real activity in some of these infill market areas. And the margin, Al and I were talking, if you waive it, it's really not the full cost. I know they're a self-sustaining department, but the cost of adding one more permit or house is not that expensive on the margin. I don't think anyway. Plus you're putting the house back in the tax rolls at full values with all the taxing benefits and all that. Any questions?
Well, Dan, so your homes are available and sell to the general public?
We had 2 on Main that I just put on the market. We had 4 offers in an hour. Full price.
And where was this?
On Main Drive.
On Main.
In his district.
That's in my district.
Okay.
I've seen his homes.
Oh, I've seen them. I've
they're-
been in them.
they're beautiful
They're
homes,
lovely.
you know.
But I guess I'm just trying to understand, so this would help you sell more and help a clientele that we have and a shortage of affordable homes, correct?
And hopefully stimulate some areas that need a little help.
Okay. And who is Thanksgiving Homes? You and is
No,
it a-
Thanksgiving Homes is, I'm fortunate enough to get to work there, but it is a full affiliate of the Corpus Christi Housing Authority, and its funding comes from many, many decades worth of, I guess, saving money or whatever they have. So it's funded there. We don't have bank loans or anything like that.
So it's an extension of the authority?
A
so to speak?
subsidiary
It's a
is more like,
subsidiary.
subsidiary is more like the right word.
Okay.
And those financial statements are public, and you can see how they're built into that. I mean, anybody can look at those.
Okay, Councilman Smith.
But once again, this program and what we're talking about here with Jennifer is not just for Thanksgiving Homes. When she asked me to help her look at this, it was for the concept of really trying to get independent small builders to get comfortable in this space and go out and help. And like I said, our purpose is just to kind of seed it and get it started. And like I said, right now they're self-sustaining because, whatever money we use, we paid back and we've made a little profit. So really hadn't cost the housing authority anything, really.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dan. And so to reiterate, this is self-funding. Thanksgiving is and stuff. If you were going out and just buying a lot today, with it, not an infill lot, but what's the market right now on lots? What's the cost?
So I just bought 4 lots on Valerie.
Well, no, I'm talking about, we go into one of the
each.
subdivisions that's going in on the south side right now. Well,
I don't know.
yeah, 50, 60,000?
I would guess.
Okay. So,
I would guess.
So, okay, so Gil's saying 60,000. So really, the kind of a critical success factor is going in these infill lots, right?
Oh, I think this is a wonderful opportunity. In fact, my wife has even suggested, why don't we do this?
Yeah. where the streets, the infrastructure, everything's in place. And
Yeah.
I'm wondering, City Manager Zanoni, you know, the tap fees, it's already there. There's a tap that already exists, water meter that generally does on it. Yeah. He's been working in Flower Bluff. Thanksgiving Homes and this program has made a difference in those neighborhoods. The neighborhoods now, they're better kept. I'm not talking about the houses that you are doing, but then the houses around it does. It has taken advantage. We know we've got infills every place in this city. So we've got these deteriorating lots, and it goes to Councilman Hernandez's point on there, getting with the Paul Chapa and making these lots available, because you said you're getting these at the sheriff's sale, a lot of these lots?
We just got some from the county that y'all approved. Other than that, I'm just scrounging around,
You're scrounging around.
buying lots. And
Yeah.
I've got a good realtor named Brian Banks who will go out and he'll find a lot with high grass, and he'll talk to the owner and say, you got to be tired of cutting grass and paying the city fines. And sure enough, we buy them. But there are plenty of them out there, and we'll go find them. But it has not been as that's the hard part, is finding lots. Believe it or not. As many as you see out there, it's hard for me to buy them.
Yeah, we drive through sections of town and you go, woo, I mean, the houses are uninhabitable, and like you say, they're a drag to code enforcement. And I know one thing that happens, particularly Medicaid. So somebody passes away, they're on Medicaid, and so the feds have claim to it, taxes aren't paid, and it just sits there and grows rats and homeless and those kind of things for years.
Well, look on page 3, you can see the one we did. Maybe page 2, you can see the one we pulled that right out of your neighborhood.
Yeah, and this is one that just makes that terrific difference in the neighborhood. So those neighbors went from it, and I think the homeless had been in that one, right? If not, the rats have been there and plenty, completely overgrown and stuff. So I think you were doing a great job, like you're saying. It's expandable. You've got 7 builders right now that are all making money, correct? We're not asking the government to do, so I think anything we can do to take advantage of the low-hanging fruit, get the infill in there, create these lots at this $10,000 or $15,000 level. We help our city out. We're on existing streets, existing utilities. We don't have putting them on a tax roll at a 10 times multiple. So thank you, Dan. Jennifer, thank you for what you're doing here, but it's something, the sooner we can get going, because Dan has proved it, Thanksgiving Homes has proved that the concept not only works, but it works past expectations, correct?
And if the city were to do this from Thanksgiving Homes standpoint, whatever savings we would get from this, we will pass on to the builders and to the end user.
And that's exactly, and where we saw the federal requirements are 95% of the median home value. He's doing it for 70%. So it shows we can do it. 95%, does that person really need some help? At 70%, yes. That's what we need. We need to get the group down, not the one close to the median, but further down. So again, thank you, Dan. Thanks, Jennifer. And let's charge ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dan. Councilman Molina, you might have a question. Dan, do you have a question for Dan?
Yeah, Mr. Brown, I've got a question. I'm looking at this map, and I've always been a fan of revitalization and infill, and certainly there's plenty of opportunity in District 2 for this program. It reminds me of when I served as president of Habitat for Humanity. We'd go into these existing neighborhoods, and as these new homes were being built, the neighbors would start freshening up their yards and trimming their trees and adding more paint. So it just revitalizes that neighborhood and breathes new life into that neighborhood. So I appreciate what you're doing here. One of the questions I had for you, though, was at the price point that you have for these homes, I know that designing and building to meet windstorm requirements probably has or adds a substantial cost to that price of that home. Are you able to get windstorm certification on your homes?
These homes are windstorm hurricane windows. It is better than, as Bart has not been nice enough to say, he said these are nicer than my houses, well built. He's told me that, and I'm sure he would, not
Yeah,
mind, not
I
mind
know
me saying that,
there's-
because he helped me kind of as far as with our designers and all that. This home meets every test you'd ever want to meet for windstorm. And the interesting thing you bring up is these houses, if you were to borrow 97% of them, most of the notes on these houses on 30 years with all the insurances and PMI, everything is about $1,188 a month.
Okay.
So they're still affordable.
Yeah.
And I think I have one in everybody's district, a couple in every, I don't have any in yours yet. I'm working on it.
It's not on this map.
But we're not limited to that map. We're building affordable homes wherever we need to go.
Yeah, there's no space in District 5 here. We're close, but not there.
I appreciate it, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman, is your light on, or?
Mayor, I just want to be sure that I understand and we understand that what staff has presented to us here today is kind of two different things. We need to update our infill housing incentive program, and we ought to be able to do that fairly quickly.
Yes.
And then the other part about developing your affordable housing
The policy.
policy, that's something else and a bigger animal you're going to need to get your hands around. I just hope, I always get really nervous when government officials tell me, well, this is going to be a big job and take a lot of stakeholders. That's an abbreviation for we're going to try our best to kill this and make it go away. So I hope we don't do that. I hope we stay focused on this. This is important to this community. We have a lot of people here who can take advantage of an affordable house like Dan is building, and where Billy and I live. Main Street's been there longer than I've been on this earth, and the fact that we're building new homes on that street is an amazing thing, and it brings vitality and rebirth to an area that many people thought were dead. So this is a great program and something I hope we do. When we last approved the houses and properties that came before us through Linebarger, Thanksgiving Homes, you bought several on there, Dan. I can't remember, 6 of the properties. And if you looked at the pictures of them, most of them look like this picture he just gave us. It had brush and trash and old abandoned cars, and most of them are 25-foot wide lots. So it's hard to get builders incentivized to go into those areas and do that. But if we can figure out a way to forgive some of these fees, and like Councilman Smith said, probably already a water tap there, probably already a sewer tap there, such that there's more profit at the bottom for other builders and developers, then we can really make a dent in our affordable housing shortage in this community. So thank you. That's all I have to say, Mayor.
Great. Okay, well, thank you. Jennifer, thank you very much. We look forward to the return of maybe a more comprehensive, right,
Yes,
policy and everything we discussed. So thank you very much. Peter, anything else?
No, we will come back, Councilman Pusley and the full mayor and council on that updated policy.
Okay.
Yeah, won't take us too long.
Okay, great. Well, with no further business, I call the meeting.